accidentally kill the crap out of you.
Yeah. It's always something.
But I did give it the good college try with the skeletons. Could have had you.
I mean, that is the fight that did us the dirtiest so far.
Yeah, the skeletons, they had some hellish rolls against you guys.
Yeah, Izzy and I were the only ones who made it out of that pretty much unscathed.
But you are steps away from all kinds of nonsense.
Fun times.
Did anyone not level?
I would assume Malik.
No, I did not know.
A certain person who shall remain unnamed.
Yeah. Thara.
Yeah.
Yep, totally.
I gotta say, Meepo didn't level.
Oh,
You fucked me,
poor buddy.
Despite all the dangers he has faced.
You got to give him stronger foes to fight than that blanket he's chewing on.
He's killing the hell out of that blanket.
Yeah, but I think it's like it's at this point. If this were like an MMO, he's like past that point where you're trying to like grind giant rats when you're like 20th, 30th level. Like they're not worth any XP into him anymore.
Well, the Twig Blight tried to go at him and missed. So.
Oh, that's true. Let's get Meepo some character levels.
And you guys threw him in the poison fog. I mean, he really enjoyed that. That was Kyra who called him over, beckoned him closer, and then said, "Let there be death." And he got sprayed with poison. That was a cementing moment in that friendship.
I'm here, by the way.
Yay!
Hello.
Hello.
All right. Quick bit of housekeeping. If you haven't checked your experience tallies, please do so and levels yourself up if appropriate. As you guys have now had some experience with your characters and you're moving through, please take a glance at your boons and flaws and that sort of stuff and just update them as appropriate. What I'm looking for in those are when I say, how well have they been playing their character? I want to be able to glance at those 3 boxes. And if I feel like you checked off 1 or 2 of those boxes, that's how I'll give the inspiration. So just check and make sure that that's what you think is still the core to your character after you've had a little bit of time playing with them. And as we left it, Erky Timbers is escorted by 3 kobolds that you have saved from imprisonment, is heading back to the kobold encampment. You guys have fought off a trio of twig blights, and you short rested not long ago, but you're not all topped off and in tip-top shape. Currently, no alarms are being sounded. You hear no overt noises coming your way. But what are you guys doing?
I mean, I guess we keep exploring, right? We've still got doors.
Oh, yes, there's still lots of doors. So in the room that most of you are in, and Meepo is out of, it was the target range. There are many arrows and broken javelins scattered about the floor, along with several goblin corpses and several twig blight corpses. To the southwest, was the jail or torture room where you freed Erky and found the kobolds. To the north, past the small encampment, over the wall, you have a door to the north that is shut, a door to the northwest that is shut. They did not seem locked or trapped, but they have not yet been opened.
Which one do we want to go through?
Flip a coin.
All
Like hearing that, I'm gonna start walking up to this one and listening at it.
So go ahead and give me a hearing check for the north door, Darvin.
Yeah, nailed it.
Nailed it. You nailed it, but you did nail it enough so that you can hear there is movement to the north. It does not sound like it's right on the other side of the door. It's at least a little ways away, and you can't really tell what it is, but there is noise.
Can I at least tell if it sounds like feet or not feet?
It sounds like movement. What sort of movement would be hard for you to pick out in the condition you're in? Or in the... you're a heavy breathing listener. You've disturbed other people with your listening. This time you've disturbed yourself.
It's true. So there's stuff moving.
All right, open it.
You want to open it?
All right, I'll open it. Which way does it open? Can I tell?
That door will open away from you into the other area.
Perfect. I push it open decisively.
So did I hear it is being opened?
Yes, decisively.
Decisively.
With extreme prejudice.
It is open decisively and with extreme prejudice. Is it such a decisive and extreme prejudice that it would bang against the back wall?
No, he's just definitively open.
Definitively open it.
If someone watched this back, there'd be no doubt he just opened the door.
Okay, so that door is definitively open, but not allowed to bang back against it. Okay. What you can see kind of opening up in front of you is a hallway leading to the right and to the left.
It's a hallway.
To the right, it ends about 5 feet further on. To the left, it continues on about as far as you can see. Across from you and a little to the left is another door, also shut. But this door is of the wooden variety that looks like it's just barely hanging on its hinges. Closed more by being closed than any sort of locking mechanism.
Just basically sitting there. All right. I take a step into the room, see nothing, and I sort of gesture everyone.
More doors! Hooray!
Okay. So further down to the west, there is another door. This is of the stone variety. So you know those to be more functional. The one to the north, wood variety, looks like you could push it / kick it in. And from behind the door to the north, you do see a little light filtering through the cracks. So it looks there is some sort of illumination through that doorway.
So that one's not fully shut?
It is shut, but it's shoddy. There's cracks through the door.
And it's not the most secure of doors.
It is certainly not. A good kick or a stiff breeze could probably open it if it wasn't grinding against the floor as it tried to swing.
Okay.
And the other one looks...
All right, Izzy.
Uh-oh.
Hold right there.
Oh, boy.
And if you would be so kind as to give me a dexterity saving throw.
Uh-oh.
No. Move that one more to the west
way?
that I saw you there. One more to the west.
This way?
To the left. Yeah, you got it right there.
Oh, boy.
All right.
Oh, that's a pretty good save.
It's a decent save.
That is a fantastic save. And as you walk forward, the floor north, the square you're on, and the two to the west fall away, similar to the pit traps that you have seen before. On this one, however, a center line beam remains open. So it falls away on either side, but you manage to cling and balance to that center beam going across. The pit on either side of you is a good 20 to 25 feet deep.
Like Am I dangling, or did I make it so that I'm still standing?
So you're pretty acrobatic. What would you do if suddenly finding yourself on a balance beam? Would you grip the ground, or would you just be like, "Blah"?
She'd stand up, like if she didn't tumble horribly, but she's very spry, so she'd probably just like bounce up off the thing as it's falling, and catch on one foot and then balance on the other foot.
You got it. So with a bang bang, the stone doors fall away to either side. Izzy finds herself balanced on the beam in the middle. You guys hear from the north sudden scurrying and movement and quick exclamations barked out at each other.
Well, sorry. Sorry.
I'll draw my blades with a sigh.
All right. Blades drawn. Door remains closed for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds.
I'll step up to it.
Okay.
Kick it.
Do the old
Yeah, I'm
Kick it.
looking.
Kick it.
Yeah, I kind of look for half a second at everybody else, and then seeing that people are getting ready, I'll just. Yeah, I'll kick it.
It's good old school.
All right. So we're going to move the door out of the way here.
It's like we're playing that door kick.
Bang. Now, good news, bad news time. The door opens towards you as far as the hinges are concerned. As far as your foot's concerned, you want to open it away from you. So go ahead and give me a strength check. And this is going to determine what sort of happens.
Is no one helping me? Wah, wah. Do you want athletics or just? I guess it doesn't matter.
You didn't do anything real athletic. You just sort of walked up and booted it as far as you described.
And I'm going to go ahead and use my inspiration on this roll.
Sure.
That has to reroll.
All right,
Still
so
not
that gives you the 14. It is good enough to crack the door. It doesn't come shattering towards the goblins you now see on the other side, but it does bend it enough around the hinges that it is out of the way and not obscuring or getting in the way of movement. And now let's go ahead and bring up everybody's favorite thing, the turn tracker. And if everyone could give me an initiative, please.
Ah.
So
And let's go ahead and give that a sort. Thara, you remain the speedy one.
all right. From where I'm at, I probably can't attack between the wall and Darvin to the one that's there, right? That's probably a.
You could, but he would have 3/4 cover, so you'd be at the +5 armor class. I mean, you
Okay.
could see enough of him to sort of stab at him,
Right.
but Darvin is getting in the way. So
And they are small like me, so I can't do the move through their space thing.
They are indeed small like you.
Okay. I mean, even with the cover, it's still worth stabbing through the gaps and trying to see if I can make a hole in him. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. You said so. It's at a -5.
You would have he has a +5 to his armor class.
Okay, so
They are
okay.
all.
All right, so I'm rolling to hit 5 words then. So, but because I completely forgot, I haven't been using this. As part of Natural Explorer. Well, let me try to use my little macro thing that I made if I can get it to pop up. Boop, all of the text. I have on my first turn during combat, I had advantage on attack rolls against creatures that have not acted yet.
He
So-
is a creature that has not acted yet, so
This is
you
true.
would have your advantage.
Just wanted to show off my all that text that I had to format because it was all
the
blown out and I
text.
had to manually format it. It was ridiculous. There's weird gaps and spacing trying to copy it from the PDF.
Now, as you do go to make your attack, you can see the goblin has readied a scimitar-style sword and a shield. He looks set for combat. The noise earlier gave him a little chance to get set up.
He's not surprised, right?
He is not surprised. But you do have the advantage in any case.
All right, so I will use my advantage toggle. Thank you, new 5e sheets.
Ooh.
Whoop, miss.
That is a miss, yes.
And then my bonus action for my second attack. Maybe?
Ooh, it does meet. So yes, you
nice.
do hit.
All right, I'll take that. For 10 points.
That is ridiculous. And just that quick, you have removed one of the threats that stood before you. He goes down looking extremely surprised that there was enough space between the door and Darvin to insert a blade into his body.
Yep, it needs to be thin enough.
Super excited about that. So now that I've made a hole, I will duck between Darvin's legs and into the breach. And I will springboard off his body over to here.
Indeed, you do. And with that, I believe that brings up Izzy. Balanced atop a beam.
Okay, to get back this way, avoiding the beams. 15. Trying to see what she could see. Can you move and then hold your action, or do you have to hold the whole round?
You can move and hold an action.
So I was going to move to here and then hold until there's like actually more room for her to do stuff. Because there's two guys.
So the way I let that one go is if you want to do that, you move yourself permanently down the turn order. Basically, you're going to hold your whole action. And instead of being an 18, you're going to be a whatever. What would you like your initiative downgrade to be?
I was going to wait until Darvin went. So 6, I guess. Is that how you mean?
Yep. And that's a house rule to make life easier for everybody.
Okay.
So you are now at initiative 6. We're going to give a quick resort here. And then that's going to bring up Kira and the goblin. Kira, what is your dexterity modifier?
+3.
You
have the win, so you do get to take the next move.
There's actually an option in the thing that you can actually sort, I think, by dex as...
Do I have?
For initiative ties. I know it's in the thing on the sheet. No point for right now. I saw when I was playing around with it, though. There is a check for that.
I don't see a button for it, but Kira has it anyway.
On the gear in the center section, add dex tiebreaker to initiative.
Cool.
It's under the attribute option in the center box. I think we have to enable it like on our sheets, maybe? I don't know if you have to do it on yours or not.
So, Kira, what are you up to?
Well, I kind of can't get in there. Can I see, like...
Well, you could
see anything from here?
So, yes, you can see from there. You can see at least one goblin, maybe two, and one on the floor unconscious. And you can stand on the unconscious one.
Yeah, no thanks.
I'm just saying, it's an option.
I can barely see that he's even unconscious. Like, the screen is all weirdly lit. So I'm just making sure. So I can see the one behind him, you said?
Correct.
Okay.
You can see the one behind him. And when you say the screen is all weirdly lit...
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it should show up on the stream, but it's like I couldn't see that he was dead from where I was. I just saw that he was there. Now I can see, like, a slight X on him. But it's
okay.
Fine. It's probably working intended. It's just weird. All right, then I'll just shoot at the one behind him.
Okay. He does have. He's going to have 3/4 cover from where you're standing between Darvin and the shot through the doorway. So he has a +5 to his armor class if you're doing something that has an attack roll.
I mean, there's nowhere else for me to stand. The whole doorway is kind of blocked right now, and I don't want to go in there. So I guess I will do that.
Yep.
What's the worst that could happen?
I light everybody on fire.
But does she really see that as a negative?
My pajamas have a tag that say they're fire retardant, so I should be fine.
So that is a clean miss. You do not light the wall or any of your companions on fire.
See? Work.
But you do send a little shot of flame into the room, past the goblins, past Thara to splash against the back wall.
And that's all that I do.
All right. That brings up Goblin Number Him. And Goblin Number Him is going to move to flank Thara.
Of course.
For attacking with his scimitar.
Why would they not?
Ha 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 ha.
Not an amazing round for the surprised goblin.
Yeah, the next thing is going to double crit, though, or something.
Yeah, right.
He will turn and attempt to damage the sprightly halfling.
That is a hit.
14 is a hit. 5 slashing damage.
All right. 5.
And then he
13.
will, as a bonus action, disengage.
Where are you going to go, punk? Where are you going to go?
And move around to there.
Technically, he's still. Oh, he's disengaging with Darvin.
Disengaging with Darvin.
I was going to say, I'm like, he wouldn't have to disengage to move to there with me, but I forgot he was adjacent to Darvin too.
Yep. And he's going to look down and see a bunch of people and say, you know what? I want to be over here instead. And that brings up Darvin.
Is this fire pit lit? I'm not standing in flames, am I?
The fire pit's kind of in the middle of the square, so you guys are around the outside of it.
On the pelts.
You are on the pelts, getting warm but not getting burnt.
So there is a fire going.
There is a small fire lit in there. All the fires you've seen down here have been kept very low because they are indoors and underground.
Right. Poor ventilation. Right.
And Darvin disappoints these goblins quite a bit.
I'll attack the one that's directly to... that's to the west. I'll attack... kind of giving taking inspiration from Kyra's attack. I'll try to get some fire going on.
That is quite a bit of fire you have going on.
So the one on the left will take 10 bludgeoning, and then it'll jump kind of where from the point of impact, or a little bit of flame will jump and damage the one on the east.
The goblin doesn't even get a chance to scream as you both bludgeon and burn him, and he is unconscious. The other does get a chance to scream and does so proficiently. Any additional actions?
No, that's gonna... meh. And that'll tap me out.
You got it. Izzy, that brings it around to you.
Yeah, so she's gonna pull one of her daggers as she's running to here. It's as far as she can get. She's gonna throw it at the guy still standing.
He does have half cover from Thara, so a +2 to his armor class.
She's gonna try.
Absolutely.
Dagger. Fling.
Yeah.
I don't think that +2 really mattered.
It did not help even a little. And just that quickly, the small goblin encampment now lies unconscious, bloodied and battered on the floor. Will you be merciful and allowing these goblins to live, or is it going to be stabby time?
Mm,
We need to break our streak now, right?
I'm just saying. Izzy, do you have any more actions at this moment?
There's a bonus action. I have a bonus action, but that's about it. I'm not have any.
Okie doke. That brings us down to one of the goblins. Let's see if he's a lucky goblin. Oh, he's so close to being a lucky goblin. And that brings us to Malik. Malik, there was a lot of screaming, a lot of cursing, and it's gone a little quiet over the last second. What are you up to out there?
I look to Kyra and I say, "Oh no, they're all dead." And I'm like, "Oh, good, they're still alive. Never mind." Here, and I guess I'll attack this guy. I want the goblins getting back up.
Okie doke. Go ahead and give me an attack roll. Yeah.
Give me disadvantage. I dare you.
Yes, quite dead. And that will be more than enough to put him into super dead. So you dispatch him entirely. There's a lot of you and only 2 soon-to-be corpses left. So if it's okay with you, if you guys are planning to exterminate them, I will consider them exterminated.
As Malik steps in the room and blatantly executes one of the great acts, and I see Thura starting to move. Be like, "Stop! Let's keep one."
Oh yeah, no. Thara's reaction on her turn actually would be to flop down on her. Now that they've all dropped and Malik dispatched this one, she like just drops on her butt on one of the pelts and starts like, holding the wound from the goblin and just kind of wincing through the pain and like just catching her breath after this quick burst of action.
All right. So that brings us around to Kira. Are you listening or are you dispatching?
No, I'm definitely, now that there's room to move, I'll move into the room, and seeing Darvin over there, I'll say, can you keep one alive? They might have some information about the people that we're supposed to be looking for. We seem to have lost our mission throughout this whole dungeon.
All right. And that brings up goblin number super dead. He can't do anything. That brings up goblin number... Is he the lucky one?
You lucky punk. Do ya? No.
Nope. And that brings us to Darvin. 1 slaughtered goblin, 2 unconscious goblins. Which one you gonna save?
The one right in front of me.
Okay. Are you actually saving him? Are you binding his wounds? If so, please give me a medicine to stabilize. Or a curative spell.
Yeah, this I put my hands on. But the blood, it's not stopping. It's not stopping.
I believe we learned how you're supposed to cure wounds in a previous adventure. And you guys are just not carrying these lessons forward. The finger was not inserted into the wound.
Well, if I recall correctly, last time Dwayne was the one who saved us all from the brink of death.
Wow, that's a story for another adventure. But I was thinking more the it must be inserted into the wound to work. But Izzy, that brings you up. You are standing on an unconscious goblin. He doesn't seem happy about that, but he's more concerned about his guts staying inside. What are you doing?
Probably gonna I guess effectively curb stomp him, just stomp her real hard on the head and then wander off to get her a dagger that she threw.
You got it. Go ahead and give me an attack roll. You do have advantage, and this should be very easy for you. Just a normal old attack roll.
Stomp.
Kerstomp.
Forgot advantage.
That won't kerstomp him, but if you got another roll in there, you might kerstomp him.
I know what I roll with my dagger. Nope.
Oh,
I don't hit him hard enough and just kind of wander off. She doesn't care too much.
Yeah, you sort of bounce on him, but it doesn't really do anything, but you don't notice.
She wants her dagger. She's more interested in the dagger. She was just standing on a goblin, so she kicked him in the face on the way out. Oh,
The
shit.
goblin who barely avoided being stomped gets a little further towards death. Malik. Two unconscious goblins. Neither have been saved yet.
I wasn't the one who wanted to save them.
Oh, you can take care of that right now.
I'll go over to this. I'll look down at him. I know we literally just had this conversation. It's just a medicine to stabilize someone.
It is a medicine check to stabilize. Just got to do better than a 10. Do okay.
Do average.
Average.
I can attempt to do average. Let's see. I did not do average.
Do average. So we're learning that goblin anatomy is different enough from half orc or human anatomy that the wounds just don't close the same way. Thara.
Watching this
come back around to you.
This comedy of errors, like she turns around and she like takes the bandages that she was using to like staunch her own wound. She says, "Oh, for the love of," and she like turns around and tries to stop the bleeding on this goblin.
You do.
Slow clap.
She stuck her finger in.
Yeah, basically, it's just like, no, where the bleeding is, right here.
And was just missing the wounds entirely.
And was that the upper left or the lower right goblin?
Lower right, the one that was closest to me.
The one who was
the one that got stomped and then the
one who was stomped but not destroyed. So he remains unconscious. Blissfully unaware of the things that are happening to him or may have happened to him. To the northwest, that goblin is still bleeding out, though. And I think that brings us around to Kira.
All right, so seeing Thara successfully save the one down there, or save enough, she's going to hope that it doesn't have brain damage from the attempted curb stomping and light this guy on fire.
You
just
certainly may.
Finish that off. Or not.
That will not. So you add a little more flair to the fire.
It smells really good in here.
It does. It's goblin stew.
Just roll him into the fire.
Delicious.
Easier at this point.
Delicious and hearty goblin stew made from things unknown. That goblin does get a chance to wake up, perhaps.
Is he the goblin of destiny?
He is not tonight. But he is hanging in there. Which brings us back around to Darvin. The fellow in front of you, it seems as though
No.
he is not going to rally.
No, none of that. As soon as like actual bandages get used on that goblin in the bottom right, I'm like, ugh. I'm sad I didn't get this one to stop bleeding earlier.
I mean, it wasn't really like she like bandaged him up. It was more like, just took the stuff she was stopping her own bleeding with and just held it over the goblin. It's getting multiple uses. It's not really a waste.
All right. And as the dust settles and you have a chance to look around the room, the stench and garbage and carrion here are evidence of years of use by unsanitary tenants. Tattered hides stretched on frames form unstable hammocks and scattered bedding. Battered cooking equipment is mixed indiscriminately with broken arms and armor. And now you've added goblin corpses to the mix, so it is delightful. You have not noticed a single latrine or other bathroom facility in this citadel.
Probably best we don't think about that.
It's hard to ignore. It's all here for you to look at.
Would goblins use it even if it was there?
Perhaps. So I'm going to go ahead and drop the turn order.
Maybe that's what the pit traps were for. Just squat over the edge of the trap,
There you So you are in a 20 by 20 room. There is a doorway to the south. It has a broken door hanging crookedly from its frame. There is an unconscious goblin. And the lot of you looking a little worn, actually, at this point. Everybody looks a little beat up except for fresh as a daisy Malik.
Mm-hmm. So that was when you rolled last on initiative and the fight's over before you get there. That's my plan.
I'll kind of motion to the goblin on the ground.
What about him?
You want to bad cop this guy?
Sure. I slap manacles on him.
The unconscious goblin does not resist your stylish and fashionable manacles.
Good. Malik, it looks like he has an idea and pulls out like a bottle and then just looks at the goblin and then goes, no. And puts it away and then he just slaps the goblin.
There is a cage, like, down the underway.
We don't need a cage. We don't intend to keep him alive that long.
So you give the goblin a rousing slap, but it does not respond.
Yeah, he's going to need to rest a little bit before you guys decide to
Nonsense!
wrap
I'll
him up
slap him
more.
harder! No, Malik would be like, yeah, she's probably right.
Yeah.
So the forehand didn't work. Do you try the backhand? So yeah, unconscious, very, very unconscious. Wound from, I believe it is a scimitar, is in the offhand?
It's both, yeah. There's a very good chance that his liver is probably in pieces right now. I think maybe the cage might be a good idea. We throw him in some manacles down there until he comes around. We can explore this other room over here while we're waiting for him to come to. Just a thought. And she'll get up and start rifling through the pockets of these two dead ones.
So each of the goblins do have a little bit of silver on them. Between the two dead ones, you come up with 23 silver pieces. They are each carrying what could be considered a scimitar, but most people would consider a slightly sharp piece of bent metal. They do have leather armor of sorts, and they are carrying long bows and shields, though it sort of offends you to identify them as any sort of equipment you might wear.
So is that 23 silver on just those two or on all three of them?
On those two.
Okay.
The unconscious goblin holds on to his silver until somebody mugs him for it.
So I meant to ask this out of character last week, but I didn't quite get around to it. Did we have any sort of a plan for how we're dividing up treasure, like cash and gems and shit? I don't think we ever really talked about that.
I'd assumed it was even unless there's like gear.
Okay,
then, like,
it makes sense for it to be even. I just didn't know if there was anything specific that, because I don't remember what all we had from all that pile of money that we found in the rat room last time. Because that was a substantial amount of cash.
I think that would be an excellent topic of conversation as you stand up carrying 23 silver.
Yep.
I'm a little more concerned with getting the bodies or actual information on the bodies of the son and daughter back to the people before dividing up the 23 silver we found off of dead gross rats.
Well, no, 23 silver was on these two goblins. Like the other ones had, there was like...
Regardless.
There was a... Yeah, well, if you could think of a better topic of conversation, we're waiting for him to come to. It's going to probably be like an hour or so.
Did we talk about locking him up somewhere and moving on?
I made a suggestion.
I still say we should put him in the
if we're moving on, then what's the point of keeping him alive?
Well, no, I just meant if we want to pry him for information, we need him to... I mean, unless you guys want to stand around and babysit him for, until he comes to.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
My thoughts, like the idea of throwing him in the cage down here would not be the worst thing, and then we could explore this because I think we said that we didn't hear any noise in this room over here.
If we're going to go on, why keep him alive at all?
Because we can.
Well, it prevents us from having. It prevents us from having to keep another one alive later.
Don't worry, Malik. Once we pump him for information, he's all yours. You can chop as many men off.
I'm not excited to kill him. I'm just saying, like, if we're going to go on, the purpose of gaining the information is already lost. Because we've already potentially wandered into whatever trap we would learn about by pressing for information.
Not necessarily. I mean, yeah, it's a possibility that the only information he'll contain is relevant to the one room that we explore while he regens his 1 health point. That's a possibility, but I still think it's worth locking
one room
him up.
takes, like, a minute.
He might know where the dragon is. He might know where the kids are.
I mean, if you guys want to, I'm just saying 1 room is like 5 minutes tops of exploration.
We've been exploring 1 room for 40 minutes.
We have not been here for 40 minutes. The comment was like,
I'm streaming. Yes,
6
we have.
seconds.
I think we're falling in and out of in-game time versus out of
Yes.
game time here.
Yeah, in-game time, we've been in here for like
About like
2 minutes or 5 minutes tops.
yeah, like 5 minutes probably tops between exploring.
That was
the hallway,
1 round
breaking
of
in.
combat, which is 6 seconds.
That was like 2 rounds, I think.
No, because Malik did not get to act before the goblins were.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
So,
and then we,
it was 1 round
there
of
was
combat.
there was goblin dispatch and discussion. So yeah, I would say maybe like 5 minutes.
But if you guys want to throw him in the cage, go for it. Stop. I bother.
Blissfully unaware the goblin slumbers.
Not knowing that his fate is being debated.
I mean, his fate is sealed. It's just how long it takes.
As we're flip-flopping on what we're doing with this goblin, I just want to do a quick cursory search of the room, of these bedrolls.
So go ahead and give me a perception on that. And you give the bedrolls a quick toss and search. You only turn up a little bit of extra gear, probably for the other folk that would sleep in this room, possibly those you dispatched in the target area. Loincloths, additional leathers, that sort of thing. The cookware. There is more goblin stew, but nothing of standout value. Seems like they were carrying their own silver on them. And the one unconscious goblin does still have his silver pouch or coin rag, as is more appropriate, on him.
Yeah, seeing that, I'll be like, yeah, flip him in the cage. Look at the next thing. Kind of in the questioning, like kind of as this discussion is going on, like I haven't inputted much as I've been flipping the things, and that's kind of my input to that conversation.
Might as well, just in case. Maybe we could come back, see.
All right. I start dragging the goblin.
You got it. He bumps along behind you.
Dragging. I just drag him in here and throw him in the cage.
A goblin has been placed in the cage. The cage has been shut and locked.
Before it gets locked, I want to put a piece of cloth in his mouth.
Okay.
All right. We better come back here. I want those manacles.
And you do a quick bit of kajiggering to, one, squeeze him into the cage. He's about the same size as the gnome, and that cage wasn't real big. Once he's squeezed in, you do a bit of fussing with it to make sure the lock stays shut, that he can't get to it.
I'll look over and hey, Meepo, buddy, can you go watch that goblin in there? And if he wakes up, can you come get us, please? Give him a pat on the shoulder. You got this. You got this.
Now, as you guys are all gathered in the southern area of the target room, you hear a bit of a scuffle and some noise coming from the northwest corner of the prison room. So where you just dropped off the goblin, as you were moving away and as Meepo was heading towards it, in the northwest corner, you hear a bit of noise.
I mean, loud enough for us to all obviously hear that?
Yeah, everybody heard it. It was fairly loud, but it was a little indistinct. It's a room away, and you guys are kind of out there, but you heard that, and it was from the northwest corner of that room.
I'd probably poke your head back in
Peek
to make sure
back
that,
in?
Yeah.
Okay. As you start to peek back in, you hear a throat clearing. You hear, and then you hear, hello, Robe. Hello, Tunnels. From the northwest corner of the room. And it is projected in such a way that you can hear it through the wall in that area. And everybody's standing pretty far back, so it's fairly faint. But it's coming from right about there. Now, the walls of the castle are all cobbled and cracked. And looking up towards the ceiling, you can see several of the cracks do probably go through the wall. So you're probably hearing from the other side of the wall.
Okay.
Izzy's gonna head over and try to see if she could hear what's happening in there.
Now, as you get closer, you hear a little more distinctly. And Izzy, go ahead and give me a perception. If you have any bonuses on hearing, go for it. So it sounds natural to you. It just sounds like someone's having a conversation on the other side of the wall, and you're able to hear through it. And what you hear is, so what did the witch doctor say? We should sacrifice the gnome. She said we should sacrifice the gnome. We should sacrifice the gnome. What gnome? It's the gnome with the power. What power? It's the power of voodoo. Voodoo. You should sacrifice the gnome. So I saw this gnome trying hard as gnome could try. What could I do? My precious hands is gone, and I once it regrew. But the gnome didn't know what kind of magic spell to use. Is it slime or snails or puppy dog tails, thunder or lightning, and the Greta saw dance magic dance. Dance magic dance. There's a dance magic dance. Dance magic dance. Put the magic regrow on me. Jump magic jump. Jump magic jump. Jump magic jump. Jump magic jump. So put that magic jump on me. I stab the gnome and I make him bleed. I saw the gnome as I tried hard as gnome could cry. What can I do? See, the gnome's eyes is gone. And we beat him black and blue. Still the gnome didn't know what kind of magic spell to use. Is it slime or snails or the puppy dog tails? Thunder or lightning? And then Gretel said, dance magic dance. She said, dance magic dance. She said, dance magic dance. She said, dance magic dance. It's jump magic jump. Jump magic jump. Jump magic jump. Jump magic jump. She said, put the magic jump on me if I squeeze the gnome until he pees. So that's what you hear coming through the wall.
I can't breathe.
So was that the musical number we were promised?
That was the musical number. So coming through the wall, you hear that conversation, and a few seconds later, you hear them calm down, and sir, I was gonna go get the gnome. I was gonna sacrifice him. Is that a good idea? That's what Gretel said. But if the gnome regrow my hand, I should not have to sacrifice him. So as a kind and generous man, so I was gonna go give him one more chance before I stab him and I squeeze him.
Oh, Lord.
This is going on. Izzy's gonna motion to Malik to get into the room.
Get in echoing here, that, wordlessly doing the motioning arms, come on, go.
Malik comes over and says, "What? I just had this weird feeling. My neck stood up. You know."
just real quick. They're probably both trying not to laugh, and they want to sacrifice the gnomes, so they're underway here.
All right. Well, let's take up position on the side of the door.
It's close the door and
close the door, and then hefts his great axe and prepares to.
All right, so you guys close the door.
From far back, I'll crouch next to the cage over here, taking a knee, knocking an arrow, trained on the door.
Wait a minute, hold on. Are there dead goblin bodies outside here?
Oh my God.
I was about to ask that very question.
I don't know.
I believe there may be.
There
Out
are
in-
here.
Oh, yeah, there were. That's true. There were out there. Because some of them did run. I don't think we ever said we did. I think the corpses just got clear off the map.
All right, so
Shit.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna bring up an initiative order.
Yeah, we don't have time to clean up, even if there were dead bodies. So just ready your actions and let's do this thing.
I mean,
All right, so everybody go ahead and give me an initiative.
oh boy,
It's average. I'll take average.
better than a 1.
Darvin, what's your dex?
14?
Let me do the math.
18.
Give me a second. It turns out, yes, 14 is higher than 8. You get to go first.
All right, so Thara, speedy little thing that you are. Here is the current situation.
Yeah.
The unconscious goblin is in the cage.
Right.
The door to the outside has just been shut, as that was the plan.
Mm-hmm.
Realizations started to strike everyone about certain situations that may or may not exist.
Yeah.
Meepo is in the corner doing what Meepo does. And you guys are kind of suddenly looking at each other, but you've got that little spark that's going to make something happen first. What do you do?
Well, short legs and low strength notwithstanding, there's no way in hell Thara could clear up. Like, I think there actually is only. Wasn't there just one goblin that made its way? Because we killed a couple of them here. Wasn't it just one that
most
ran
of
out
them
here?
were here. There was one goblin that is.
Or didn't one of them make it over the wall? Right. Was there another wall jump? I think that happened.
So there was one more wall jump. So there is a goblin out there. There's definitely more blood than there would usually be.
That's true too.
There are some burned to embers twig blights along the southern wall.
True.
And then the other goblins are dead out the other way.
Didn't we sweep the twig blitz? I thought that was the thing that happened.
I thought we gathered them up to put them on the fire, but regardless of that fact,
they are burned in the fire.
Regardless of that fact, you're right about the blood and everything else. However, we did re-shut the door, although the bar is not across the door.
Also,
damn,
goblins get blood everywhere all the time. I feel like that's not that big of a worry. Shit. Okay, well the problem is with 25 feet of movement, I could only get to the door without dashing. That said, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I used my one free object interaction. If I dashed, could I bolt out the door, rebar it, and then make it like over to here to like hide behind the this spot over here?
I see nothing wrong with that.
Because that just occurred that like even if the door is shut from the outside, if it's not barred, they're gonna know someone's been in here.
I see nothing wrong at all with your logic. I endorse this plan wholeheartedly. Let's do it.
All right. Yeah, I feel like I kind of have to do this. So Thara rapidly makes eye contact with everybody in the room, holds up a finger, bolts at top speed for the door.
Okay.
10, 15, 20, 25.
Kyra's
out the door.
shaking her head.
oh God! Hold on, I just left the game. Damn it! I clicked one of the side mouse buttons on my mouse and it backed the web page up. Waiting for it to load. Ruining my plan. It's gonna go so well. Oh my God, can you take any longer? There it goes. Okay.
It's Antissa.
Say it.
Patient.
All right, so I got to there. 25.
Door opens. Out the door.
Door closed and barred.
Okay, door closed and barred.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Okay. Put yourself where you are?
Yep.
All right. So, Thara runs out the room, closes the door, bars the door.
Yeah,
I have a quick question for the party. Has anyone in the party ever been incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay.
Possibly.
Do you know that sound when the jailer closes the door and then drops the bar?
Yeah.
You just heard that sound.
Oh yeah, I've been hearing it for the past few minutes. Yeah.
Okay. So,
yeah.
from the north, you hear a door open.
Do we need to make a stealth roll to hide back here or something?
No, you're. Go ahead and get. You are just purely out of sight at the moment. So
yeah. I mean, ideally, I want to like eventually peek around the corner, but all right, that's fair.
You are out of sight at the moment.
Okay.
You hear goblins singing in chorus as they're sort of enjoying themselves bouncing along. And they one steps out. Hurry the guards! Hello? Hello?
Can I bump? Oh no, never mind. Sorry. Go on.
Okay. And another goblin. Hello? And another goblin. Hello? And then Darvin. So from outside, you hear more confused and worried sounding goblin voices calling out for the guards. And so far, there has been no answer. Darvin, what are you doing from where you are?
Well, from where I am, behind a locked and bolted door, I am going to ready an action to attack something if it is within melee range.
Okie doke. And I think that brings us to Malik. Malik, what are you doing?
In retrospect, I thought this was a really great plan at the time.
It doesn't make it any better now.
I would just like to point out that this was an excellent plan when it first occurred to her.
Just double check with them teammates shaking their heads at you as you run out the room. Just, they're used to soloing it. But...
Okay, here's what I'm going to do.
I mean, I may be vastly overestimating the intelligence of these goblins here, but that would have raised an alarm bell for me if the barred prison door was unbarred.
Right.
With no guards around.
Thing that they were going to see first was the problem.
Yeah, well.
So Malik is going to try something, and this is probably not going to go well.
Decisions were made, so
but he's going to try a thing. Malik is going to reach down to about his knee height, which is what Malik thinks is about shoulder height for Goblin. And he's going to bang on the door sort of very rapidly. And then he's going to attempt to make what sounds like a small scream, like the goblin guards have been trapped in this room.
Alrighty. Do you happen to speak goblin?
No, he's just going to sort of yell frantically in like a high-pitched voice.
Okie dokie.
Sort of trying to mimic the goblins that he's heard in the past.
We're going to consider that a deception.
That's reasonable.
And I'm going to throw this one to you. I would like to give you disadvantage because it doesn't seem like you speak goblin, and it doesn't seem like you have the throat of a goblin to make that sort of noise.
That is
but
reasonable.
If you think you could do that without the disadvantage, I'm willing to hear your argument.
How about this?
I have an argument in his favor. He did cause a goblin a horrific amount of pain by cutting off his hand.
I have a lot of experience in goblins.
Yeah, he would know what that sounds like, I think.
And you know what? That same goblin is just a few feet away at this point. So I'll accept that. Let's do it as a deception without anything. Right. It's a pure
maybe give him a performance roll.
It's identical. It doesn't matter. I am going to use inspiration for this.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Okay, right now.
All right.
So there's the deception with advantage. I didn't even need it, but it was pretty good.
I mean, it's better with.
It's yeah. I'll still take it. So I'm gonna bang frantically like I'm a goblin trying to get out, and then I go. Oh!
Can I hear this from where I'm hiding back behind the wall?
Yes, indeed you can. In fact, I think most of the dungeon can hear this one.
Thara like narrows her eyes and like nods to herself, like, "Good job." She's like, they picked up on my plan perfectly.
So that is a thing that has happened, and you hear a little from the other side of the room. Izzy, before anyone else can react, though, we get to see what you are up to.
Just now that Thara's not there, she's gonna scoot herself back over this way and just give herself a clearer view of the door and have an arrow ready to go. But because originally she was planning on holding the arrow in like the face of the goblin and the guy to make sure he stayed quiet, but then they bolted themselves in and shenanigans happened. So she's like, oh well, so she's over here ready to shoot shit now.
So shenanigans are indeed happening. You hear from the other side, what's going on? They're in a guardroom? They're trapped in a prison? What? And nothing really happens as far as the folks inside the room are concerned, or as far as Thara can see right now. But you hear more confusion happening. You hear, get something bad. And then, Kira, that brings us to you.
Move back here and ready firebolt. If that door opens, it's going off.
All right. So Thara, I don't think you can see anything right now, but you hear elaborate wordplay going on. What you doing?
All right. I am going to, again, with an arrow knocked and prepared, I'm going to try to just barely peek around the corner to try to drop a stealth roll first, maybe.
So if you want to hide, you do need to take the hide action, which is your stealth roll.
Yep.
And that would be also your action, unless you have something cool that lets you hide as a bonus action, like a thief would.
I do not, unfortunately.
Okay.
This is basically I just want to see what's going on, so I'm kind of prepared for this.
Yeah. So go ahead and give us that stealth.
So I wasn't
roll.
planning on taking on all the goblins single-handedly.
Sure you were. It's an experience play. I see it happening.
Yeah. All right. Here. Oh God.
You just hit Q ever so gently and lean out behind the wall.
All right. All right. Stealth. Oh God, do I want to burn my inspiration for this or not? Yeah, you know what? I'm burning my inspiration for this.
Okie doke.
I do not want to get caught. Oh my
God!
All right. You are overthinking this. You're like, I'm going to hold up a bush in front of me, and I'm going to pretend my hand's a bunny, and I don't know what you're doing, but it is not working at all. That is so bad, you know it's not working at all. Are you still going to try and move up?
If I know that it's not, then
yeah, that was bad.
If I'm cognizant of just how bad that was, I'm not. Then I'll be like, yeah. I start to realize I may have gotten in a bit over my head, and I kind of freeze in panic.
Okay. Yeah, that was bad.
Look over, they're like, why is there a bush in here?
Yeah, and you do make noise. I mean, they're on alert now. You were obviously doing something over there. Maybe you were trying to ready your bow at the same time you're being sneaky. Maybe you twanged it.
Yeah, something. I rustled getting an arrow out of my pack too much.
Something's happened.
Now, boy.
So now you start hearing scrapes and thumps. Why does it got so crumbsel? And from just outside the door. Oh, you don't move yet. You stay there. You hear, hello? And Darvin, that brings it around to you.
Darvin, you have the perfect opportunity here. Don't squander
Oh, God damn it.
You know what needs to happen, Darvin.
All right, so...
Do we?
You know exactly.
Nobody here speaks Goblin, do they?
So in my highest, most goblin-y voice, I will say in Goblin.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Help! They killed all of us. They're locked in here.
They killed all of us except for those ones.
We're all dead.
That is a quality goblin logic statement. I can't.
I mean,
fault
that's
it.
that's true.
But I do think that's still going to need at least a deception or perform. I think deception, maybe trying to convince that all in there are dead.
We're all dead.
We're all dead.
We're all dead. Please.
We're all dead. Well, I mean, if it doesn't work, we're all dead.
Yeah. Oh, we're not all dead. One of them only has one hand.
Can't believe I used inspiration earlier.
That's pretty good. That's a 15.
That's not bad.
Yeah,
Oh, and a -1 no less too. That would have been yeah.
That's pretty solid. Let's do a real quick. How do all the various goblins hear you? They're all pretty well taken in by the fact that everyone in that room is now dead. And
we'll come back later.
You hear, "Oh no, ghosts!" So there's a lot of confusion happening. Malik, that sort of brings it to you. Are you capitalizing on this confusion in any way?
Absolutely, I am. Malik is going to charge out of this door.
The door is still shut and barred.
Yeah,
It's still barred.
It is. The goblins have just been convinced there's ghosts.
But I thought they unbarred. I thought that was what the thud was.
No, the thumping was them
unbarring it.
jumping over the low wall in the other room.
It was them jumping over the low wall.
No.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. No, I think we can still salve it. No. I don't. Do I have a bomb in my bag? Let me just. No, I don't. GM.
Yeah.
Sorry. Which would be in your benevolent, kind eyes?
I see nothing wrong with either plan.
For smashing through a door quickly. Would it be a hammer or an axe?
I would say a hammer is more likely to get you through this door quickly.
Because really, all I need to do is smash a hole in it large enough to stick both my face through and say, "Here's Johnny," and an arm to pull the bar off. You know?
So I'll give you two options on that one. You can try and smash a hole to get to the bar, or you could try to smash and blow the bar off the wall. One of those
is so clearly cooler. You're just.
I'm just saying.
The door from the inside just splintering outward is still pretty damn cool.
One's easier, but would take somebody a second action to lift the bar. One's cooler, but probably a little harder.
Well, okay. So I have a question. If I try to smash through and fail, there's still a hole in the door. Right?
There might be a hole in the door. Depends on how bad you fail.
Right, but that's an option either way.
That is, yeah. There's always
so I
that.
Say, go for the smash. Just smash the whole thing through, in the hopes that either I fail a little bit and there's still a hole for someone to pull the bar up, or I succeed and I just smash the whole door.
All right,
or
so
I smash and then they're terrified. It's a very scary ghost.
This could be a very scary ghost.
So that's what I'm gonna do.
So
goblin poltergeists are very strong.
Go ahead and give me an attack roll. I'll give you a hint. Doors do not have great armor classes.
I figured that was the case. Okay.
Give it a good running start.
Yeah. All right.
Charge the door.
Yeah, basically.
The door. So I give it a good old lineup, and then I try to smash through.
Yeah. That is a considerable hit. Yes. Let's see here. That will put a sizable hole in the door. It will rock it back on its setting, but it will not blow it all the way open because you did not get the crit. You just got the really good hit.
Okay.
So there is a hole in the door. Someone could get through that to get the bar up and away. But there's also a hole in the door. So the goblins can now see the ghosts. Don't look all that goblin-y.
If the goblins can see, does that trigger the readied actions?
So yes, that's where I'm going to give some ready action opportunities. It's a not super big hole in the door. Do you wish to attempt to shoot through it? You certainly may.
Yes.
All right. So I'm moving the door out of the way, but the door is still technically there. Technically.
Yeah, like if I could see through it, my triggered action would happen, I think.
So there is a goblin sort of starting to lean down and look through the hole, figure out why the ghosts are going crazy. And triggered actions would fire off. Izzy's going to have the first trigger action. I believe you had one held?
Yes, the bow.
Okay, so Izzy's got trigger action number 1. Feel free.
What was the name of that goblin?
Roy or
Wait, who, the one that got his hand chopped off?
Yeah.
I think it was an R.
Tiddles. Tiddles
Oh,
is the
Tiddles.
goblin.
It was Tiddles because I kept mispronouncing it as Tibbles or
Yeah, that's right.
Tiddles.
There was like a Roy or something that was supposed to do, like they were
That-
yelling.
Robe.
Oh.
Robe. It's a robe. Robe. So, however, it is not Tiddles or Robe that you hit with your arrow. It is Ryan. And Ryan seems displeased to have been shot in the face with an arrow.
Do I get an eye?
You guys are just mean to these poor goblins who just want to live in peace. And that then moves us to the reaction of Kira, who has a firebolt of similar attempt.
That's a pretty good.
Wow, you guys
pretty good roll.
Crazy with these rolls. That does snake through, following the arrow. That song took it all out of me, I gotta say. And just that quick, the goblin face that was looking through the hole is gone. And you hear, "Oh no! Ghosts! Those not ghosts."
Can I, after they fire through, can Malik stick his face through and say something? Just like poke it up from behind the hole.
I feel that's thematically appropriate. Sure.
Right. He's gonna poke his head through and he's gonna say, "Guess who, Tiggles?"
Sir! Kill him! Kill him with fire! And so that will end Malik's turn and bring up Izzy's true turn. There is a hole in the door. It is not yet open. It will take somebody fiddling with it to get it open. Will you be that fiddler?
Good thing we have a professional fiddler.
She's a professional fiddler, but it's also broken and barred from the outside.
No, I meant Darvin. Darvin plays the fiddle, right?
Does he?
I don't. That's a lie. I just made that up.
At this point, I don't think anyone has an angle to actually see one of the goblins through the hole right now.
But if she moves,
If you do move, you could see more.
can she see more?
So yes, you can see poor Roy across the hall from you.
She's gonna give that a shot.
You guys are freaking crazy. Yeah, you thread the needle, and
It turns out you gave us bardic inspiration through the goblin song.
backfire.
It backfired. Yeah.
So you hear, "No, Roland! No, Roland! No!" And goblins start dropping left and right. But that brings up the activities of one Mr. Voice of the Goblin King.
Is that like the voice of Sauron?
He could be.
Does he have that gross mouth?
He has lots of things going on. And Tiddles, 1, 2, 3, 4. You see a wretched-looking goblin face appear in the hole for just a moment. you hear him chanting and singing and carrying on. And the voice of the Goblin King invokes slumber upon the party.
Yeah, right.
He evokes quite a bit of slumber. So, unconscious goblin does not count, for he is unconscious. Following that, poor Meepo falls asleep.
Oh, good.
It was his only defense.
That's all he could do.
He is slumbers well. And after that, Kira also...
But
And me?
Yep.
Am I
You're at...
lowest?
Are you... I see a 12 on you. I see a 15, a 17, and a 20.
Oh,
Anybody
God.
had not been keeping up? All right. So, Meepo, Kira, and the goblin who was already asleep are now asleep, satisfied with his work. Tiddles takes a step back. And that brings up the slumbering Kira, who unfortunately cannot do a thing. Which moves us to the sneaky, maybe,
Oh boy.
Thara Thistletop.
Well, here we go. Here we go. Oh boy. All right. Without having looked around, can I gauge how many goblins do I know are out there based on noises, footfalls, voices?
Give me a perception.
Okay. Oh, so that would have been 15.
So the 15. So yeah, you figure out there's
Forgot to turn it.
there's somewhere between 4 and 5 goblins out there. They've been
Okay.
yelling each other's names, and it sounds like several of them are hurt.
All right. All right. If that's, but it isn't. But okay. So people are hurt, but I haven't heard anybody like hit the ground or anything.
It's a little
Not
hard
sure.
to tell
Okay.
between the yelling, but you would
Okay.
guess that some of them have hit the ground.
Okay.
There's been
All right.
some cheering from the other room.
All right. I will ready myself. Arrow knocked. I'm gonna dash out and like knee slide to here. See what
Nice.
I see.
All right.
What do I see?
You slide down. You see 2 goblins on the floor. They're basically in a straight line from the door. There's a little hole punched in the door, and it seems like the people have been shooting through
Wait,
it.
so the one that's in front of the door is on the floor?
In front of the door is on the floor.
Okay, he's not marked as KO'd on this.
all
There we
right,
go.
there we go.
There we
Sorry
go.
about that.
That works.
He is on the floor, unconscious. The fellow behind him on the door, unconscious.
Right. I see that one unconscious.
Yep.
Okay.
South of the door and north of the door. And the goblin to the north of the door is missing a hand, and it's capped in a little leather piece that's tied up on his wrist. In his other hand, he's got a pair of sticks that he's clacking together to make a bunch of noises.
Okay. Do I recognize this as the I mean, goblins when racist, they all look alike, but do I recognize this as Tiddles or
It's a goblin missing the appropriate hand. I mean,
so it's a
other than
pretty
that,
good
depends on
guess.
it. I mean, you heard Malik yell "Tiddles" a second ago.
Oh, that's true. I mean, well, assuming that
or I forget what he yelled.
I said Tiggles, but
Tiggles, yes.
all right.
A previously unmet goblin named Tiggles is standing in front of you.
Sure. In that situation, then oh man, because I'm torn. Because on the one hand, I feel like dropping him first would be the good idea, but on the other hand, I feel like if we leave him alive and maybe capture him, that would be a good second encounter. Although if he is a spellcaster, that's extra bad news. Well, what I'm gonna do then? So yeah, like she'll slide out to here, quickly assess the scene. The one south of the door. She kind of narrows her eyes at him and makes a noise that sounds like kind of like an eagle shrieking, like a whee. And uses that to cast Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
So I'm going to Hunter's Mark that one, and I'm going to drop an arrow at him. 1. Boop.
That will hit him.
All right. For 6 points plus an extra d6. So 12 points.
You hear Tittles go, no, Robe! And like as he's dying, you hear Robe like, us Robe! And then, Wilhelm scream.
And then I will rise up off my knees, move to here, and go to knock another arrow, and just lock eyes with Tittles.
Eyes locked. So, Ryan, Robe, and Roy all remain unconscious and do not appear to be improving. Darvin, there's a hole in the door, dear Liza.
All right, well, there's a hole in the door. I'm going to stick my head through the hole in the door.
Okay.
Okay, not like
Wipe
through,
the
but
bar
like
off.
to see what the hell's going on.
All right. Peeking out, you see Goblin unconscious in front of you, Goblin unconscious a little further, Goblin unconscious to the right, Goblin standing to the left. The bar is kind of right there. You could get your hand on it and sort of lift it up and shove the door, but it would take a lot of doing.
All right, yeah, I guess as my action, I'll lift the bar. And then as my free action, I'll open the door.
You got it. Takes a little bit of extra doing because now you got a dead or unconscious goblin that you're shoving out of the way. But you do manage it. Bar is off the door. Door is now fully open.
Oh,
And then I'll
good,
move
good.
into the room.
Look at that. That's some good shit right there.
And then I'm good.
All right. That brings us to Malik.
Okay, perfect. Good, nice. All right, so I'm gonna go to here, and this is Tickle, right?
That is Tittles. Tittles is staring you up. You're
Malik just rounds the corner. I've dropped my warhammer. I've drawn my great axe. I round the corner, and I just swing at him. Real
You
hard.
do have the advantage.
I do, don't I? Didn't really make that much of a difference, but I'll
Not
still
that
take
you knew
it.
that, but sure. That is a considerable amount of damage to a tiny little goblin. But he is still standing.
Guess I'll move to here to finish my turn, just so someone else can take flanking at some point. Gotta maximize it. But that'll be the end of my turn.
You got it. That will bring up Izzy.
No, she's gonna drop the short sword, pull out her, her bow, drop the bow, pull out her short sword, come scooting out this way, and quickly assess the situation. And then,
Standing on a goblin, goblin across from you, goblin below you, goblin above you. Only one standing is the goblin above you, and he looks like he's in a bad way.
He's gonna stab him. Hopefully.
That's not going to, but you do have advantage, so go ahead and roll that again if that wasn't already taken it. Still not helpful.
Do I have advantage for offhand too?
Yes, you get advantage on all the attack.
Oh my god!
He lives!
He's just like Matrix dodging.
It's that good goblin juju.
It is indeed. Which brings it. Any additional action? Sorry.
No.
Okay. Which does bring us to Tittle's turn. Tittles, in the sneaky goblin way, uses a bonus action to disengage. In the cowardly goblin way, He uses an action to run like hell. And he starts tearing off in the away direction, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Follow! No, Goblin!" And in Goblin, he's yelling, there's people here invading, killing everyone. But he was so excited he yelled first in Goblin and messed it up a little bit. That brings us to Kira, who has been left to slumber next to the Goblin. And over to Thara.
Okay. Well.
Kill him.
Yep. Okay. So 5, 10, 15. Can I? It's gonna take movement
Takes
to like
one double to go across the wall.
Okay. So 5. I'll just scoot through Malik. 10, 15. So that would take me to 25 there. Based on that, I'm going to go ahead and dash as my action. 5, I can see him there.
You can see him there.
10, 15.
Yep.
And as my bonus action, I'm going to move Hunter's Mark to him. I give the eagle cry again and transfer it to him.
You got it. He has been marked. And as you dash into that room, the room you actually run into is one of the nicest rooms that you've encountered so far. It's fairly clean, and it's full of boxes and crates and pots, and it looks to be the supply room. And on that note, we bring up the crowd. That's not how you type an R.
Sound with the arc.
What am I doing? Roll d20, 1, 2, 3. Ooh.
Don't like that. Do we have a Goblin of Destiny?
We have a goblin rising from the grave. Get up. Get on up. Get up. So, let's see. Yeah, not so much.
Going to find the corpses of his brethren.
So
He wakes up into a bad scene.
he wakes up into a bad scene, and he's right next to you, Malik. You might not be facing him, but you're close, and you hear him start to kind of creep away. And he's obviously trying to hide. That does not fly. But then he just scrabbles like a maniac at the ground and disengages to get away from you without taking the damage. So he does make it around the corner and out of sight. But you can hear him panting and huffing and running like crazy. Darvin, that brings us around to you. We've got Tiddles sprinting in one direction. Roy sprinting in another direction. What you up to?
Well, I'm gonna kind of in that half second, I'm gonna yell, "Somebody get Kyra!" and then hop over the wall. 5, 10, and then when the goblin's almost gone, you just don't want to do something that misses. So I'm gonna channel a little bit of Mistra, and I'll cast Magic Missile.
Nice.
Okie dokie. That does not miss in any way, shape, or form. And
Pew, pew, pew.
Tiddles, voice of the Goblin King, drops. He is unconscious, barely clinging to life, but on the floor. Any additional action, movement, etc.?
Is this door open here?
That door is open. And
Okay, then I'm not not moving into the room yet.
Okay. Oh, From where you're standing, you can see into the other room. It is illuminated, and the light has a sickly greenish tinge to it. But you guys are a little far back to see much more than the light coming through the hallway. And does that bring us to Malik?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So that does bring us to Malik.
Like go over and I poke Kira and I say, "Wake up! It's no time for lollygagging."
Aha!
With the butt of my great axe.
She's awakened.
Perfect.
And I think that then brings us to Iz.
She's gonna take the dash action and go. Or does she even have to? Not really. Just go in after this guy and.
He is still trying to get away.
Yeah, so.
That won't hit him.
I don't have advantage anymore, do I? No.
Nope.
I could turn that off.
Yeah, I forgot to do that with the other roll. We'll let it go.
That will also not hit him. He is like, oh! And you're like, I just feel bad. And apparently you do. That brings up our unconscious Mr. Tittles.
She's apparently way better with the ball.
Unconscious Mr. Tittles does not rise up from the near death. But Kira does. She is no longer unconscious.
I'm going to try reconnecting right now because I can't see anyone or anything in this room.
You're not gonna. You're not.
It's because you're in the. It's because you're in the room. The way that the lighting thing works is you can see the rooms where you've been.
Shouldn't I be able to see the person who resurrected me though, or woke me up?
You should see Malik.
Right. Yeah, I can't see him either.
Oh, it's because Darvin had the light source. Darvin's gone.
But shouldn't I be able to see?
Is she not marked with blind
dark
sight?
vision?
Yeah.
If you don't have dark
Hang
vision,
on.
Like I'm not totally crazy here.
Hang on. You might not be totally crazy, but there might be something wrong here.
I thought you're one of those.
Dark vision on is hang
Aura.
on here. 60 feet dim light, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's try resetting. Resetting. How
There
about
we
now?
go. That's better.
I just need another reset. Perhaps one more of those things that broke it. Anybody else having trouble seeing?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
Am I supposed to see? Well, I could see stuff, but I can't see any of the party.
Are any of us in line of sight?
Yeah, you shouldn't see anybody from now, but you should see 60 feet. Okay, you're set.
Yeah,
Good.
I'm good.
Okay.
Otherwise.
Yep. So Kira, now with renewed vision.
I guess I'll just get up and say, what happened? And just kind of rub my head a little. Where did everybody go?
All right. And as Kara seeks a catch-up story, Thara is standing a little bit away from the now unconscious Tittles. A little further on, you see a illuminated room. It is hazy.
So he's down. Does he look like he's like barely clinging on to life, or
he is decidedly unconscious, but he is not dead.
Okay. Well, that's a good, because like I feel like we need a reunion with him. Glancing back and just kind of, because I know I saw arcane energy come streaking past me and take him down. It's like she looks back over her shoulder and she sees Darvin or not hiding in the corner there, but she'll
just cover.
Yeah, she'll inch up past him and kind of peek through the door, see what she can see.
All right. So peeking down that hallway, several torches are mounted in crude sconces and burn fitfully around the chamber. It fills the air with a haze. A double row of marble columns carved with entwining dragons runs the length of the hall. So this hall reminds you quite a bit of the hallway you were in when you were approaching the goblin,
Ystriel.
or Ystriel, the kobold high woman. The haze is visible. You can see that it's causing the air to be wavy in front of you, and it makes it hard to make out any details more than a few feet in front of you.
I'm not smelling anything like any other than like funky goblin smells. I'm not smelling like anything.
Nothing
noxious.
nothing that comes to mind immediately, but give me a perception check.
Okay.
So you might have at some point in the past burned wet reeds or something from the swamp in order to make light.
Sure,
and
sure.
This reminds you quite a bit of that. It's just bad burning, bad smoke.
Okay, they're just using bad fuel.
Bad fuel.
Okay. I will take a look down at Mr. Handless Tiddles and take a knee and try to stabilize him.
All right, go ahead and give me a medicine. Hey, you are the stabilizing queen. He is now unconscious, but no longer in danger.
And I'll just kind of keep my eyes open, looking back and forth from the doorway into this room that everybody else is out to the door here, just to make sure that nothing's going on, and just kind of wait for everybody else to catch up.
You got it. Rian and Robe continue to have bad days. Roy, being confronted with a aggressive pursuer, spins about and tries to shake her off by way of a scimitar attack. Ooh.
Ow!
And boy, does he.
Oh, damn.
9 points of slashing damage from the terrified goblin.
Ow.
You hanging in there?
Yeah. Sort of.
And as a bonus action, he disengages.
Trips over corpses.
And you hear, ah! My brothers! And then, thump. And that's where'd my initiative turn go? There it is. That's going to bring us back around to Darvin, who had struck down the voice of the Goblin King.
So does this door look like it closes?
Yes, the doors both look intact and as though they can close, and they are both of a good make. They both open inward to the room you are standing in.
Perfect. I'm going to close this door.
Okay.
As my free action. And then as my interact with an object action, I'm going to look at whichever of these two crates to the south look the moderately sturdiest. And then I'm going to put one in front of the door.
Fair action. Go ahead and give me a strength check. This is to determine the largest crate you see that you think you can move.
Wow. there is a bag that you think you can pick up and set in front of the door.
He's just like trying so hard and the box is going anywhere.
He picks up the component pouch.
So I think your back twinges even at the idea of this. But you do start moving things towards the plan. You're just moving them at a little slower pace than some others might. But yes, plan is underway. Oh boy. Any additional action from you?
No, hold my back as a bonus action.
Got it. Malik. It has come back around to you, waker of sleepy people.
Okay. So I'm gonna keep moving. I'm gonna move to there as movement, then dash. So I can move 25 feet. Basically. Oh, perfect. Get right to there.
Yep. You stand before Tiddles, and he looks awfully unconscious.
And I'll wave Malik off like from like beheading him if he looks like he's going to try to take a swing on him.
No. I have a bone to pick with Timmels.
Yeah, I made sure he's not going to die. Just
Oh, good, excellent.
Yeah.
You need some help with that, Darvin?
Yeah, I think he could use a hand. It looks like his back.
Well, when you get to a certain age.
Well, I don't know.
Okay, that's all Malik's gonna do.
If you all try being like not so far off the ground, that's a lot of back to hurt.
I suppose that is one way to look at it. Yeah.
And with that sage piece of advice, Izzy, a hurt's been put on you.
Yeah, she's mad.
Yeah. He is out of sight at the moment, though.
Yes. She's going to run after. She's not going to go too far after him. 15. And then, because she...
Okay, so
climbing no longer takes the movement for her anymore.
Climbing no longer takes the movement for her?
Oh.
Okay. So on the other side of the wall, you see the goblin. He has exhausted his dash, has spun about, and looks like he's ready for you. What you doing?
Can she jump to here?
Do you have enough movement to get to there?
Yes, if I don't take because I don't take double movement anymore.
You're fine.
So she's gonna jump to there, try again.
Yeah.
That will hit.
Nice. So
that will do plenty.
Because she has it, I don't know if she'll hit.
As he is on the ground, that would not hit him.
Okay.
But
hits the wall. She's mad.
He's unconscious. He is falling. You're stabbing. He's bleeding. You're stabbing again. It's a bad scene. But that has rendered all of the attackers unconscious. So we'll come around one last time. Tiddles has been stabilized, can do nothing. Kira, any activity from you?
Yeah. So waking up, seeing Malik run away without a word, I guess I'll come over here and wake up Meepo there and just say, stay with the goblin. I'm going to go see if I can find out where my friends went. And I'll come out here, and that's as far as I can go. Can I hear anything going on, since I don't think I can see anything?
So you hear Meepo's sleepy little yawn. You hear discussion from the northwest about the length of backs as compared to back troubles. You hear fighting from the southeast and a goblin's death rattle. Izzy, do you make a lot of noise when you fight?
Not really.
Okay. So you just hear the goblin scream and then cut off as he takes quite a bit of stabby damage. So yeah, activity around you, but it is quickly falling away.
Okay, and that's my turn.
All right. So that brings us to Thara. And before Thara takes a roll, I'm going to roll a special die here.
Oh, Lord.
And you guys want high, not low. That is just fine. So silence starts to fall over the area other than the activities that you have ongoing. And we're going to drop out of initiative for the moment. And somehow 2 hours have rushed past. So how about we do a drink and potty break, and then we pick up in 5 to 10?
Cool. Okay.
Sound good?
Okay.
Yes.
All righty.
So like top of the hour.
Yeah, let's call it top of the hour.
All right.
Bottom of the ninth, top of the hour, all those fancy things.
Hey, we survived.
We did.
possible.
My God, yeah, there's so many songs from that that are just like burned into my brain. What was it? Pork and Beans by Weezer, and that one Slipknot song. I can't remember.
The Tony Hawk song that's jammed into my mind from the song from Tony Hawk that's jammed into my mind is "Penguins and Polar Bears."
I'm just not ring a bell.
Hang on, did I say the right one?
Oh, they said they're back.
All right. Back and also back. Awesome. As we left it, a door had been closed. Blockading has begun. Tittles, voice of the Goblin King, lies unconscious but stabilized. Another goblin, so far unnamed, unconscious, jammed in a cage.
Oh yeah,
Ryan
back there.
Ryan, Robe, and Roy, unconscious and bleeding, on the ground in front of Kira and Izzy. What are you guys doing? The three that are struggling to cling to life, are they being executed, saved, or left to rot?
Izzy is executing hers because she is now like trying to hold her blood in.
Okay.
So
you have just roll your 2 attacks, don't botch. Amazingly, he's still alive. Do it one more time.
She's gonna do this until he dies.
Okay, that got him.
She'll make her way back.
Let me make it super official here. Yeah, he didn't wake up. Yeah, he's never waking up. He is now one of the unliving.
She'll hobble her way back this way, holding her blood in.
And
it's important to keep that in.
That leaves Robe and Ryan, who are sitting in front of Kira. Kira, kindness, killing,
fire,
or something else in mind? Oop,
I mean, I guess I'll just kind of... I can see Izzy now coming around the corner. And I'll just kind of motion to her and not actually say anything, but just point down and just do the point down and then the neck thing. Like, we're killing these ones, right? Like, what's going on?
She will give her a thumbs up for the killing.
Okay, then, the stabby.
Not like that.
Oh, wait. Wasn't I supposed to roll with advantage? Sorry.
Yes, do roll the second time because
Just
you do have advantage.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Yeah, that will take out Ryan. Ryan is no longer among the living because these guys were barely clinging to life.
And if we're out of initiative, I'll just stab.
Yep, stab.
There we go.
That's a much better stab. And that will finish off Robe. So, now we are left with unconscious Tittles and unconscious Charlie.
Start heading up. Boink.
Yeah, kind of as this happens, I'll kind of come up this way and I'll be like, oh, hey, and looking around because I have no idea where Izzy is.
Well, Izzy's coming back. Bleeding.
Oh, you look like you're bleeding bad. Okay.
Yeah, most of it's still on the inside.
It's a percentages game.
And leaves it there. So you guys have started to all kind of accumulate in what we're going to call the Goblin's Pantry. The north and south walls of the chamber are stacked halfway to the ceiling with ill-made barrels, boxes, and crates. A clear path allows easy access between the west and east doors, except for where a pile has been started against the west door, by Darvin, and then Malik was pitching in to help. And how high are you going to pile that door?
Well, I mean, I don't think I'm lifting anything above waist height, apparently.
Right. Well, you know, you get to a certain point, sometimes your back gives out on you. It's understandable.
Yeah, you see this armor I'm wearing? It's heavy.
Yeah, I wouldn't know about that. But I'm gonna start moving boxes in front.
And how high / how hard are you expecting to make it? Because every minute you putting a box in front of it is a minute it'll take you to move the boxes away. So what's the
Well, goblins are weak and feeble creatures. Malik figures he can just put some up to like the height of like halfway up the door.
Should probably
in their head.
Did they check which way the door opens first? Because they should probably check which way the door opens first.
The door was open when we came in, so
they did. It does open towards you, so you are blocking it in the right direction.
Okay. Izzy will be like, "Don't do that," and have them just open the goddamn door.
Malik's just moving some heavy stuff up to goblin head height.
Gotcha. Okay. Barrels, boxes, and crates start shifting around. You guys find water, wine, food. I'm saying food in the it's a goblin thing kind of thing. Though a few of the small barrels are labeled in goblin. Darvin, are you taking the time to read anything?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take a glance around.
Okay. You do find some labeled oil, smaller flasks that look like they're for torches. And then a few small barrels that are labeled elf pudding.
Oh, I really don't want to do that. Okay, I'll point at the barrel. I'll grab the flasks of oil and put them out. And then I'll point at a barrel and just say, elf pudding? Any ideas?
Sounds like it's pudding made out of elves. It seems pretty self-explanatory, I'd imagine.
Are elves known for their pudding?
Everyone, Izzy's going to look over at Kira.
With that comment. I just like...
Well, I don't know. I've never eaten elf pudding before.
My eyes just keep growing wider as she attempts to shove foot into mouth.
By the way, I just wanted to say I'm very happy everyone's not dead. You guys did a great job. I'm sorry that went a little lopsided there, but yeah, it worked.
You locked us in there. You put us in a prison.
Well, I remembered that the door was barred, and if they saw the door unbarred, that might be suspicious.
Right.
So
Sure.
It worked. They were confused enough to. And by the way, you did an excellent goblin.
Thank you. Look, I don't think we should stay here, and also I don't know that we can afford to press on in this current moment in our current state.
Out of character, how was everybody doing on healing magics?
I mean,
I've got none.
One spell.
You got a spell slot? Do you have any lay on hands left?
No.
Oh, okay. I didn't think you used anything last week when you were gone, so I didn't know. I mean, we could always take another rest while we wait for Tittles to come back to consciousness and burn some hit dice.
I think we need at least a short rest.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
All right, so a few seconds pass. A few minutes start to pass. Is anybody doing anything, or are you actually resting in the room where you're at?
I'm going to go out and rifle those dead goblins for change or anything special in their pockets.
Iggy's sitting in a corner bleeding. Just sort of.
Well, if I see that, if she looks really, really roughed up, I'll try to give her some, bandageables. But
so amongst the possessions of the goblins, the 3 that you have now struck down, 27 silver pieces are found. They do have these scimitars, as the goblins seem to be carrying,
Right.
shields, longbows, and arrows. Their arrows are actually a fairly good make. They look stolen rather than made.
Okay, that's actually good because I haven't been recovering my arrows at all, except for like the very first fight. So based on that, let's see if I can rifle through and find about 5 that look like the best ones and go for those.
There are 36 reasonable arrows, of which 5 can definitely be of, store quality.
Yeah, I just want to replenish my quiver.
And that's what you get by rifling through those fellas. Couple more seconds leading into minutes going by. Folks are going to need to rest if they're resting. So are you stopping your searching to rest, or what you doing?
Yeah, no, I was just going to do that real quick. Just kind of to roll those ones outside and then return back to the room and plop down on a crate and, restock my quiver and lean into rest time.
Are we trying to short rest here?
Yeah, that's what I assumed, yeah.
We should not do it in this room.
Why not?
Because you just ran through that door, saw everything in there, and then quickly closed the door after Meepo was screaming.
I didn't. Wait, what? The door this way?
Yeah, that one.
I didn't run through it. I peeked out it. And there's nobody
in. But Meepo was screaming, and then Meepo was not screaming, and there was like... It just seems like really...
Meepo's in the other room.
Not this one. That one.
Yeah, but in this whole time so far, nobody's come. Like, I think the reinforcements came. Like, because we heard that when they were coming to get Urki. Like, in the time that we were here, if reinforcements were coming, I think they already would have. But I mean, unless you want, if we want to bail back down to the prison room or somewhere else, we can.
I would feel much more comfortable if we even just went deep.
You know what? Whatever makes you feel better.
That's okay. I will be better.
I'm kind of looking around. Out of character, Izzy, do you have hit dice?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
but we're not actually resting yet. I was trying to figure. I was waiting until we were actually resting.
Yeah,
resting because there's arguing happening.
Yeah, I used.
Are you?
Oh shit. Okay. Who else is anyone else out of hit dice?
Yeah, I'm out too.
Okay.
This might be a long rest type situation.
I mean,
that's like if we do a long rest, we might, gain some more insight about ourselves and stuff.
Do we have a defensible position that's a spot that would be good for us to set up for that?
Why don't we go get reinforcements of our own? Like, I mean, I want to interrogate the fuck out of this guy because how did he put me to sleep? Like, my ancestors don't go to sleep. How did he put me to sleep? I want a nice, long chat with this guy, but I don't necessarily want to do it here or in my current state. I'm a little out of it.
What about?
I mean, if we want to drag him, we could drag him back to the kobolds, or back to the crypt room.
Yeah, because like in theory, if we drag him all the way back there, we can interrogate him there, and then maybe bring some kobolds and be like, "Hey, we made it all the way here. If you guys could just like back us up with even just bodies."
Right, or catch stragglers that try to run.
That too.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, I just got a little excited. We were doing so good there.
Yeah, I feel like the kobolds might be more inclined to help us keep this territory if we've already cleared it out.
Makes sense.
All right.
Do we want to just kill the other one since we got a bigger, more important one?
You read my mind.
There you go, Malik.
So as I need
you want me to let him out of the cage? You want to chase him a little bit?
No, I just want to kill him.
Okay, that's fine too.
I just want my manacles back.
Transfer the manacles.
Who's going to drag Tittles?
I'll drag Tittles. Don't worry. I just need my manacles.
Well, we can't put manacles on Tittles. I mean,
he's
put them on his legs.
We can put him on his legs. And I go in here.
To prevent any spell casting shenanigans, I'll find a strip of cloth somewhere and improvise a gag for him.
Don't worry about it. I got a gag in here. And you just hear a clang and then a wet thud. And then Malik walks back in the room holding a pair of manacles and a rag. And he says, "Here you go."
She catches the goblin saliva and blood, I would assume, drenched rag, which is much nicer than the dry one she was going to use. That would have not at all been unpleasant for her. And gives Malik a withering look and thanks, big guy, and proceeds to gag Tittles.
Just looking out for you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you. You're good.
Malik looks initially stymied at the loss of a hand and how one would manacle someone who's missing a hand, and then he remembers he has legs. He can't run that way.
All right.
Ooh,
Lead the way.
locked up.
All right, I sling him over my shoulder, and I guess we walk out, right?
Where are we heading to?
Kobolds, right?
Make sure we grab Meepo.
I can't drag Meepo, but
Well, not drag him, but we.
yeah, he's over
Meepo.
Malik.
Yeah, she woke him up, so.
Oh, not Meepo. I'm always thinking there's too many small, pathetic creatures we're dragging around. We need to just cut that and at least cut that in half.
You just did.
You could knock it down by a few more.
Right. But
You're now 2/3 of what you were.
Which side of this was this side was cleared out?
I mean, it's
Yeah, you're gonna walk on the correct side. You're
yeah.
good.
Oh God!
All right, so you march along the hall that has half caltrops into the 20 by 20 empty room. From there, the door opens up to the crumbled hallway.
I'm just clearing this off on my map.
To the north, where the rats were found. To the south, the fountain that did not breathe poison at you. West of the
poison at us.
There was a fountain that breathed poison at you.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, you weren't here for that.
Yeah, I was the one up there.
So as you pass the fountain, that is carved very similar to the one that breathes poison at you. Is there anything you'd like to do or say as you pass it?
Please don't breathe poison at us.
Just look
So are we
dead in the eye and say, fuck you.
Are we trekking all the way back to the kobolds, or are we holding up in the crypt?
I assume we're going back to the kobolds with the idea of potentially getting reinforcements.
Yeah.
Okay,
To hold
just
the areas
checking.
we conquered.
Just checking.
We should have made a flag to declare it ours. So you declare something yours. You have a
That's
flag.
yeah. Do you have a
You are
flag?
ahead of your time, sir.
Thank you. There was a man who dressed in women's clothing who taught me that.
Right? No flag, no country. You can't have one.
He was a wise man.
Those are the
Right.
rules that I've just made up.
As you arrive back
Oh,
in
good map,
the
Meepo.
kobold area, you do come across the map that Meepo had drawn in the ashes. And you can hear kobolds around. You hear Meepo barking out in kobold. He leads off with ticklecorn. It is responded to with other nonsense. Giggly bear. And then from that point forward, Meepo is repeating Giggly bear as he moves around. And where all are you guys thinking you're heading?
I
Are we
was
heading
waiting
back
for
to
me.
like the throne room area? Or?
Yeah, I
So-
thought we
You
were
want to speak
heading.
to the queen?
Yeah, the queen lady.
Okay. So Meepo sort of scuttles up closer to you to make sure everybody's aware. Now, Malik, you have Tittles the Goblin slung over your shoulder, dragging behind on the floor.
He's
How are
still
you
on my
actually-
shoulder.
Okay.
Mhm.
You got it. And, as you enter, Meepo is speaking the password. The guards are still marching.
Sorry, hold on.
Oh my goodness.
And, the kobolds are watching their favorite shows.
As they do.
And
They really
as
love The Wire. Have you guys
they
seen
do.
The Wire? It's great.
It is amazing. In a corner, you do see the 3 kobolds that you had freed, as well as Erky, and they seem to be eating and kind of, all hunkered down, regaining their strength. And as you guys step into the hallway, you'll see that to the southeast. To the west would be the hall that leads to Yisdriel. And Meepo leads the way down. And he asked, is you want to speak, Yisdriel?
Yes, please. We have much to discuss with her.
And he leads the way down. Tittles has still slung over Malik's shoulder. It's been maybe a 10 to 15 minute walk, still moving at a reasonably cautious pace to get back here. He has not shown signs of stirring yet.
Okay. When we pause while they're talking to Yisrael, I keep wanting to say Yggdrasil, but it's not that. Malik's just gonna sling, not Meepo, the other one, off his shoulder and just hog tie him real good with the rope he's got, and then sling him back over his shoulder.
All right.
Just to be safe.
He is well trussed up. Give him another icon. Yisrael looks at you. Have you found the dragon?
Not quite. It's not for not trying, though. We did manage to clear out a sizable area, though, but unfortunately my comrades and I have exhausted a lot of our resources, and we need a place to rest before we continue. And hopefully, if you can spare some of your, soldier kin to help us keep that area free of the goblins, we would appreciate that assistance as well. And then, I just kind of gesture towards Malik, dropping the the dead, almost dead carcass and hog tying it. We've brought one of what we imagine is their leaders back to interrogate him, but like I said, we're a bit too tired right now, and it's a bit too unconscious right now. Is there somewhere that we can rest in relative safety down here?
She gives it a bit of thought, and you may rest in one of the guard rooms that we have closest to the goblin area. So you may be summoned in case of need. You would know it as the door off the room where Calcrix was kept. And I will send the goblins that sit in that room to guard to hold the areas you have freed for us.
Thank you very much. I know that cage is currently where Calcrix was held isn't being used at the moment. Could we put our prisoner in there for now?
If you wish.
I just look back at Darvin and Malik because they seem to be the ones interested in knowing about how to lock somebody up safely. And
the cage was broken.
Yeah.
The bars on that cage were bent outward.
But he's also hogtied, so it's really just if he wakes up, I don't think he's gonna look at the bars and go, "These are bent."
Yeah, Malik, you with strength and leverage, and maybe some help, you could probably bend those bars back to straight enough, to keep somebody in, who's not as strong as you guys.
It's okay. Malik has great strength of feet. Pulls out his crowbar.
Is it Malik talking in third person again?
No, I was just making a reference that there's see Robin Hood Men in Tights, where he's like, they need great strength of feet. It's really dumb. It's a really dumb joke. It's not important. The important bit is I have a crowbar and I can pry it back in place. That's the important bit. I can do that.
Crowbar achieved. Yisrael gestures for you to go in the direction of the guard room. Meepo nods. I'll show. It's this way. And indicates to follow him. And instead of leading you back down the hallway, this time he heads south. And then once south, all the way back to the dragon room.
I just kind of say, thank you. We'll leave quietly after our rest to continue our search.
Hello?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry.
It went dead silent. I'm like, did I disconnect?
Yeah. So Meepo opens the door, and as he does, he speaks the password. Inside, 3 kobolds are waiting, and after a brief conversation in kobold, which those of you who speak kobold understand to be instructions as to which way to go and what to expect and what not to say in front of statues, the 3 kobolds set off.
Malik goes down here and begins his work.
I guess I will also help as appropriate with guidance from Mistra.
Are you sure?
I'm not doing any physical help.
Oh, okay.
Only spiritual.
Okay. Excellent. I much appreciate it.
He's willing to tell you what to do.
Excellent. Like a good supervisor.
Got you.
All right. So yeah, Malik will take some time and bend those bars back into enough place that Meepo can't get out.
You go ahead
Not
and
Tiggles.
Tiddles. Tiddles is worse than everything. Go ahead and give me a strength. Just don't do crazy things, and you'll be fine.
All right. So strength. I think that's.
And you're fine.
All right. I need to roll the d4. That's 24.
He will have a considerable amount of trouble waking up and bending the bars out of the way in his condition.
All right.
Gagged, tied up, manacled, one-handed, no crowbar. But I have faith.
You have faith in Tiddles.
He
will escape.
He will manage. In the room of the dragon, you do notice there is a door to the south, a door in the southwest, door to the east that you entered through, door to the northeast that led to the goblin area, and door in the northwestern wall, which is where the room for resting is. It is a kobold guard room. It is a little bit smelly. It is considerably dirty. That's the high points, really. There's a door. You can shut the door and have relative privacy and relative safety amidst the kobolds.
Izzy seems perfectly comfortable.
Yeah, I've probably slept in worse.
All right. In the kobold guard room, you guys do have time to rest and reflect. Seconds pass, minutes pass, hours pass. You have your own company to keep, a little bit of sleep to catch up on, but nothing interrupts you as the kobolds are guarding you. Go ahead and regain hit points, regain hit dice, regain spell slots, all that cool stuff. And congratulations on that push. That was a heck of a push.
So we're doing a long here, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Or is this a short?
No, long.
Okay, just making sure. So after this, is this taking us officially over into level 3 then?
So as long as you have the experience points for it, you are officially into level 3.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna take my average for hit points rather than rolling because learning my lesson. So that'll be 6 plus 2 for cons. That takes me up to a total of 28. 3 hit dice. Gain all those back. Arrows refreshed.
So many choices for level 3. Was not really prepared. It's a little overwhelming.
Are you a sorcerer or a wizard? You're a sorcerer, right?
Yeah. It's
okay.
just there's so much going on with it, and I don't want to I don't get to change stuff as often as I did when I played a warlock.
Right. Yeah.
Now, you do not have to take your level right now. If you have thinking you want to do, that's up to you as to when you take it. You guys you have earned 50 experience points so far for the goblins and such. So if anybody was 50 or less shy, they've picked up that amount for what they've done.
I wasn't.
Like, because I did like a preemptive, because I thought we weren't leveling up. Is it okay if I just increase the numbers for the level, and then can I pick my spells later?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, because all the numbers and everything are good, but I have my short list and I'm not ready yet. So
No
much
problem.
cool stuff.
I get to pick one whole new spell.
Like my meta magic and all that shit kicks in. I'm like so excited. So much cool shit.
All the toys.
Although, considering I get my primeval awareness now, I can kind of talk to animals. So I'm thinking about maybe offloading animal friendship, but I don't know. Or speak with animals, rather.
So you don't want to be friends with animals anymore?
Well, no, it's just more that I don't have to have a spell to communicate with them as much. I mean, although the communication is more limited than it would be otherwise, because the version here is you have the innate ability to communicate with beasts, and they recognize you as a kindred spirit through sounds, gestures. You can communicate simple ideas to a beast as an action, and read its basic mood and intent, learn its emotional state, and whether or not it's affected by magic of any sort. Its short-term needs, such as food or safety, and any actions you can take, if any, to persuade it not to attack. So it's not as good as Speak with Animals. Yeah, I mean, let's see what I can get for a third spell. What source is this from? Oh, the Elemental Evil Player's Companion. I could take Cure Wounds. That could definitely help out too. I mean, I feel like we need it.
Nah.
I haven't been using spells at all this whole time, and these slots have just been kind of sitting here.
It's fine. I'm taking prayer of healing. It's fine.
A lot of us like to just leap into battle.
Yeah.
What? Rush headlong into battle, you say?
I could take Good Berry, and it'll heal 1 point each.
Unless you're a healing cleric, and then it gets ridiculous.
How do you choose anything besides Quicken spell as one of them? It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Twin Spell would be the other one that's kind of, I feel like it's head and shoulders above the others.
It's made its case, but I don't know. That's really, there's only one other slight contender anyway, but Quickened is definitely going in there.
Now, as you guys all reflect on your experiences so far, think about the new powers that are becoming available to you. Let's take a thought about the condition you're currently in. It's only been a day, but it's been a hell of a day. You've seen undead, rats, kobolds and goblins, twig blights, filth, traps, magic, mysterious artifacts that have yet to be toyed with.
Yeah, I want to toy with that.
So with all those things, what's everybody thinking and doing as they're resting? I mean, Dreamland, of course, for a couple of hours. But other than that, what's going on in the heads? Darvin, how are you? What sort of toying with are you doing? I think you have the crystal whistle, the crystal flask, and then another potion. And I'm not sure who picked up the other potion out of the rat room.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing, is thinking back to all of the things that are going on, all the different types of things that we've encountered here. Like there's skeletons and there's necromantic energy. There's these items that we found. There's twig blights that are in this place. Like there's no nature around here. There's no trees around here. There's twig blights. What the hell is going on with that? Who's making twig blights down here? Like this, there's parts of this that just aren't adding up to Darvin.
True. Give me an Arcana. Yeah, it just doesn't add up. The order of magics that you're seeing don't form a cohesive whole.
Yeah, and then I'll be frustrated with that, and then probably eat a bunch and pass out. To be honest, yeah, it's been a long day. I don't even know what time it is.
Yeah, that's a good question.
It's really hard to tell.
Yeah, because we've been out of the sun for a while.
You've been out of the sun for a while. It is really easy to lose track of time when you're fighting for your life. And you did take a couple of naps down here, and there's not a whole lot of timekeeping. Does anyone have time sense or one of those rare automatic timekeeper mobobs?
Nope.
So yeah. Could be dusk, could be dawn. A little tricky to know.
Well,
Now,
Izzy-
Malik, good. Izzy, yeah.
Well, I was like, in some ways, she's a bit out of her element because, like she's a dwarf, so she's like comfortable underground, but she spent like the vast majority of her life in Luskin, like on the streets, so she like knows cities better. But like this is different. Like this, like yes, they're struggling to survive, but this is also great fun, and it feels better than stealing into houses and just stealing stuff to survive. Like they're going out and trying to accomplish a goal other than just merely surviving, and that feels really good, even if they're like half fucking around at the same time. But like the undead and stuff was like, I don't know if I want to say unexpected, because like I'm sure she's heard like adventurers and taverns and whatnot talking about their stuff and like stories and whatnot, but like actually encountering it was a bit jarring. But at the same time, like I said, she's having like a great time with it. She's like, oh, like actual adventure, things are happening, this is great, I nearly died, yay. That's pretty much her mentality right now. She's hurting and needs nap, but she's ready to go, keep going.
Gotcha. Now, Meepo is, of course, having a wonderful time. And having found someone who doesn't yell at or beat him on a regular schedule, he's curled up next to Kira and is trying his best to worm his way closer to get near her body heat to the best of his ability. Now, Kira was recently knocked into what seemed slumber, but that would be impossible. So it must have been some sort of goblin trickery that rendered her unconscious but not asleep. What's Kira thinking as she's got all these options in front of her?
That's definitely on her mind. Like she's trying to figure that out. She's like, I've never seen that happen before. She's trying to she's not one to really like dwell on the past for much, but she's like trying to think back if this has ever happened, if she's ever heard of it happen, and for her to encounter it so early in her adventuring days, she's a little nervous, not quite as confident as she was when she first got in here. But she's trying to pick up whatever those little brown sacks are and kind of wedge it in between her and Meepo because he kind of smells funky at this point.
He smells just like you do now. Well, at least I would assume so, because I don't think anybody has bathed all that recently. And there was that bone dust.
The night at the inn.
I'm gonna say the night at the inn was fairly well negated by digging through a literal rat's nest.
I mean, that's true, but we did get.
I sleeped those rats from far away. Technically, I don't think I was in the digging pile.
No, but we went in there, like Darvin and Malik, I think, went in there and like disassembled the room,
made a mess, and then Iggy had to go in and fix it for you.
I do seem to remember a lot of digging in mess. And that I'm gonna detour over Thara's way for a moment. Your master plan to lock your friends in a prison actually seemed to have worked out.
Against all odds.
Or according to plan. It could go either way.
It didn't go quite the way she had it envisioned in her head, but the fact that nobody got killed and we made it out intact and didn't get like run over by waves of reinforcements, she's counting that as a solid win. She's not disheartened that everybody else doesn't seem to be as jazzed about it as she is internally. Waiting for like Kira and Izzy to catch back up to the group at the end of things after they took Tiddles down. Like initially she was still just kind of like yeah and like super excited. By the time they finally caught up, it was like, okay, everybody's hurt, but you know, we did this and we did it and it's good.
She's jazzed. She's entirely jazzed.
She feels justified in her plan, that even if it didn't work exactly as she mapped it out in the like half of a second that it flashed across her brain, it still worked out.
Sounds good.
And beyond that, yeah, she's hunkering down in the corner of the room and like, you know, sorting through, like I said, you know, like reorganizing her arrows and checking the alignment on these stolen goblin arrows that you said looked like they were definitely not of goblin make, and counting up and dividing up the monies they found. Probably having yoinked a couple of crude, you know, like money pouches off the goblins, and is like trying to divide up the spoils amongst the group so that everybody's got an equal share.
Okie doke.
And yeah.
Sounds good. And Malik likes to be highlighted. He's standing in the ring of stones, toasting chestnuts over the fire.
I was like out here, and I'm like, well, I want to go in the room, but I might as well, I guess I'll sleep. But
so what's going through Malik's mind? He's had his opportunity to take a few swings, bust a few doors.
Malik is just muttering to himself. He's like, I gave Tizzle a chance. I thought that maybe turn over a new leaf. Maybe he could open a reputable inn and establishment. It would be a nice thing for the road. But he took that and he threw it back in my face. And Tyr's pretty clear about that. It doesn't leave a lot of room for interpretation. I'd like to help Tizzle out, but I don't think I really have much of a choice in this. Oh, poor Tizzle.
Poor Tizzle indeed. So, with those thoughts going through folks' minds, 8 hours do pass. You do have an abundance of rat to go around as a meal. You may have salvaged some goblin stew. And you also have the rations that those crazy humans put so much thought into. But who needs that when you've got rat and goblin stew? What's then the activity after that time has passed?
You gotta go talk to Tibble, right?
Talk kind of implies conversation.
Well, we want to learn some things first, right? He's the speaker for the king. Whatever that means. Surely he must know something.
Hopefully.
Tiddles awaits in his cage. 8 hours have passed. From what you know of other battlefield wounds, he'll either be awake or dead.
Oh, Tickles! Oh, you're awake, Tickles. I'm so happy. How are we feeling this morning? That's good. Here, why don't we get you out? And Malik goes over and he unlocks the cage and he grabs Tickles and he pulls him over here and he sort of sets him on this table. And then he doesn't untie him or anything, but he does ungag. How are you?
Well, it's not as comfortable as my establishment. Elder.
We have some questions for you.
And as Malik's doing that, I'll pull out a little flask of water and I'll give him a little bit of water. There's going to be a lot of questions. You're going to need some water. And then after he takes like 2 sips, I take it back from him.
Welcome to the Sunless Citadel. Yeah.
Okay. Good start. Who's this Goblin King you're supposedly speaking for?
He's king
of
the goblins.
Right. Now, you've explained his title. You have not explained who he is.
The king of the goblins.
Right. Why is this particular Goblin King of the Goblins?
He's not a goblin. He's a hobgoblin.
So because he's bigger and smarter, he gets to rule all of it.
Well, it's bigger.
I stand by what I said.
Well,
so where did I don't care. Do we care where he came from? Does it matter?
Where I should tell you a story. It started a long time ago. You should sit down.
I don't care. Tickles, I don't care.
I'll tell you the whole thing.
Tickles, I don't care. Tickles, I'm going to punch you if you don't stop talking.
He goes quiet.
That's what I thought. You guys have questions?
Well, I mean, I guess we should start with, where is the white dragon?
The white dragon? The white dragon is you know where you was when you mercilessly thinged to me.
There was a lot of mercy because you're not dead, Tickle. So
well, see, you came to my home and you beat me.
Tickles, where's the dragon?
So that place where you beat me is a little is like one door and then one door, like
2 doors away.
Like if you go through the door I was trying to get to alert the attendants. Yeah, to alert the attendants to make ready for your welcome. Right. You return right, and then that's where the white dragon is. Yeah. He's a friendly dragon. Yeah, but you know, don't go there. Don't. Yeah, no. Like if you being okay, is at all important with me being okay, you don't go there. Yeah.
Can I see, like, what do I know about white dragons? Can I roll anything for that? Like, can I tell?
Sure. If you want to know about their bodily structure, nature, if you want to know about them magically, Arcana. Prominent white dragons in history.
Arcana. Hold on. And, like, if they're friendly or, not friendly.
So white dragons are among the chromatic as compared to the metallic dragons. Chromatics have the reputation of being the evil dragons. Chromatic have the reputation as being the good dragons. Mystically, the white dragons are associated most with the frost magic, ice magic range. But they're not real well known for their magic or intelligence at that level. They're kind of known to be the dummies of the dragon world.
Why did you take the dragon if it has little to no magical uses?
No. It's dragon. No dragon. That was the bugbear.
So there's a hobgoblin and there's a bugbear.
Well, there's a couple. Few.
How many?
Hobgoblins, a couple bugbears, or a couple of each?
Well, it is where. Which one would be more me getting out of here?
Would it jog your memory if I let my friend Malik here take your other hand?
No.
Wow.
So there's two, three.
You say and more, and I swear to God, I'll slap you.
Wow, and more.
Just a sore subject. Continue.
There's a 5 hobgoblins. There's a couple of bugbear, but there's only one is like around. But there's a couple. There's like three.
3 is not a couple.
Well, it's what? Is it repressed? We can have 3 as a couple. It's a fine. It's okay. It's a menage a three. It's the bugbear thing. Yeah, it's like one. You probably wanted to see him. This is probably gone. Yeah, it's okay. You just go where you want to go, and leave us alone. And we. Why are you here?
Where? Well, I know what I'm here. Each one of us are probably here for a different purpose. Where do you goblins get the apple that is to be auctioned off?
Earth apple. It just comes down to the apples. Look fine. You want some apples? You go talk to Goblin King. He'd be like, no, and then he'd kill you. And it's probably not that good an idea. No. But he'll get the apple. He'll get the apple from the what's it called? The drunk. No. Drunk? What you call them guys that are staggering around? They got that staff. Look a little like you. They read a letter and they're always like eating shit. They're like drunks.
Does this spark anything in my brain?
Does it spark it in anyone's brain?
Give me perception.
Oh.
I did it.
Yeah, Darvin. So he's describing someone who wears leathers, wanders around in the woods, and eats what he finds in the woods and nature. Putting that together, you would say it's probably someone who follows a ranger or a druid style faith.
Okay, and then I'll point over to Thara, and I'll be like, do they use that kind of a bow? Or do they do this? And then I'll cast Shillelagh on my quarterstaff.
It's that one. It's the one with the stick.
A druid.
Yeah, a drunk. No, druid. Common is such a damn language. Yeah, the drunk, that thing. Yeah. So, I should go now?
Why would a druid give a goblin an apple that's this powerful? What did you give in return?
Well, we'll taste the apple. And we goes up, and I does a speech, and you should come. I think it's a front row to the action. It's amazing.
I just slap him. Like, I just slap him across the face.
And
spending too much time around Malik.
She hit you.
I was saying.
My patience is running thin. You will answer the questions that we ask you and nothing more, or you will find yourself short other limbs as well.
Give us apple to Arxon. Is it take this apple? It says certain peoples. Should we take the apple?
Why did the druid give you the apple?
I don't know, like trees.
Okay, let's pause for a second. He claims that druid gives it. But this apple is supposedly a rare source of arcane healing, and druids, as far as I'm aware, correct me if I'm wrong, Darvin, have a more divine source of magic, as far as I remember. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that would make logical sense.
Because they worship the trees and stuff. So, how would a druid get a magical apple that arcanely heals people? Something's not adding up here. And it's not your faulty couple math. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to do with this information. I just don't think this is a druid. Or at least if they are, they're up to something no good.
You want me to go research for you? I go ask. You just take out his manacles. I go right there. I say, hey, you, drunk. And I say, is it, no.
Is the druid here now?
You gonna go ask him?
I mean, I don't know. I go find him. You let me go. I go right find him.
Yeah, something tells me that's a bit of a lie.
Well, I mean, it might take me a little bit, but I find him.
Right.
So you know exactly where this druid is. You could go straight to him?
Oh, sure. No.
Can I roll insight to see if I think he's lying?
On what chance?
Oh, sure, and then instantly no.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you absolutely can roll insight to try and sort through what he's trying to feed you. Where'd I go? So yeah, Kira, if you want to go insight versus do better than an 11. Yeah, there's a lot of bullshit flowing. From what you can pick out, he does have a vague idea of where the druid is, and he would be very happy to be let go right now. The two are probably not connected.
so he doesn't exactly know. Like, I
He
wasn't
does
ever
not.
planning on letting him go. It was just if he had any information that could perhaps be charmed out of him.
It seems he could be pointing you in the right direction, but it does not seem as though he could say, "Hey, right here." Unlike the dragon, where he can say the dragon is right there.
So, do we think he has anything useful?
Oh, yeah, that's very useful. Yeah, useful.
What about the people? Yeah.
The human kids. We found the ranger, right? Not the kids yet.
You want
what's
human
left of
kids?
him.
I go get you. You say you want like a blind kid? I get your blind kid. You want like a redhead? I get your redhead. I get you set up.
Malik, hit him again, please.
I like to more.
I slap him again.
There we go.
Thank you.
But the other direction this time, whatever, the other cheek.
It's funny every time.
So, no kids?
There were 2 children. Well, not children. To you, they'd be quite large. Who came through here with an older gentleman. The older gentleman perished, but it seems that the 2 children continued on.
Weren't there 2 people with them?
It was
Or I
the.
misremembered.
Oh
There's
yes,
the
there was a ranger, the knight, and then the 2 kids.
Yeah,
So there were 3
we
people.
we
who came
found
through.
the ranger's remains, but
Yeah, there are 3 people who came through here. Word is they've been seen around. Where are they? That didn't sound like a good Tipples.
Is your families?
Am I what?
Is you their families?
Families,
Families,
their family.
Is you like their uncle or something?
I am their next of kin. Yes.
Well, it's good news. You stands to inherit a fair amount of stuffs. Yeah.
You killed them.
I know. So, as a reputable businessman, and I has a hotel, and I was there at the hotel.
You killed them.
I not just nobody. Well, I mean, I killed a couple of people, but nobody's. So I only kills nobody's. And this is not nobody's. So there's what's it said?
They're dead.
Well, maybe.
What do you mean, maybe?
Well, people comes back to life all the time.
So they're dead.
Well, it could be.
You
Where
better
did you
give
take
me a
them?
straight answer here.
Or like the ones is dead. Yeah, it was fighting with the rats and we couldn't save him. I mean, we tried. We was like, "Hey, we'll help you," and he's like, "No, I got it." And we're like, "We'll help." And he's like, "I'm dying." Ow.
All right, we know that one's dead. The 3 others: tall man, clanky armor, another man, younger, shorter, and then a woman.
Well, the clanky armor, he's and the woman, there's maybe not dead.
Okay.
That's with the drunk. Yeah, it's a drunk's fault.
Where are they?
Well,
Where are they?
Sir, as I tell you, you should let me run the other way, which way you go. See, you're gonna want to go this way. I just want to go not that
Tickles,
way.
if you want any chance of seeing any of your limbs
I
ever
like,
again,
I like limbs.
I'd suggest you tell me where they are.
Sir, is this down the hall
Mhm.
past where the Goblin King has his throne?
So they're behind the goblin. What about the younger man? Not the clanky armor one.
He's not so
He's dead.
Yeah, he's sort
Who
of
killed him?
It's the bugbears.
The bugbears. Okay.
See, there was frightens and it's cool. So we captures and then we gives them back.
All right,
and
I get it. I get the point.
We
I
get
get
the
it.
money. We are
He's
money.
dead.
Let's know about this now.
Anyone
I mean, he's got no bodies now.
have any questions for any other questions? We know where the survivors are. We know the dragon.
Did they ask about the sister?
Yeah, the sister and the knight are together being kept behind the
So
Bugbear King's throne.
Okay. I missed the sister. I heard the knight. Okay.
It's not behind. It's down the hall.
Down the hall from it. It's around there.
Hole.
He has a trap door that he drops people into?
It's not really a trap. Just see. It's like I throw you down the hole and
right. Okay. Right.
Throw
Okay.
down
There's
the
a hole, and they're down the hole, maybe dead.
Well, no, I didn't look. I wasn't. I had a hotel, and
I'm punching him again. Okay. Do we have any other questions?
You first.
Oh no, I was gonna say, how long ago did he see them alive?
He doesn't know.
So humans has a dumb counter. It's 310 days. It's 310 days.
You last saw them 30
month
days
ago.
ago.
It's a little bit.
Okay. So they very well could be dead as well. We'll see what happens.
All right.
I's not dead.
Only thing that I have left is, do we have to be aware of any traps that are coming up?
Yeah, lots. Yeah. I suppose you just wanna keep me with you as a consultant.
No. First off, you will remain here. You will remain alive if we don't come. If we don't come back, you will become dead. Yes. Second,
sir, is it really one of the bugbears? You can just like
I'll leave that blank up in the air. So do we have any serious traps that we need to be aware of?
Well, it's a dragon. I mean, it's a dragon. It's two doors, and if the one door is open up, is dragon. Other door is rock, and the floor like woo, and the fall. So is a run in front of the dragon. You go to the door I was running at, not the other way.
You know what? I bet the dragon would like some fresh meat. And then it would be on our side. Yeah. And I just kind of give Malik a sideways glance.
But the dragon not eat goblin. Dragon eat rats.
Goblins it's a side grade from rats.
Does he really need 2 feet? I mean, your manacles would still work on one hand, 1 foot.
Right. And it would be way funnier.
Like, before he didn't really deserve it. Now I'm pissed. Like, I don't give a shit about this guy.
I mean, I just plan to kill him, so.
Way too late to play that card, Home Skillet.
Well, look, if he's being honest with us and telling us where the traps are, if we make it back alive, he has nothing to worry about, right?
No, I'm gonna kill him. That's gonna happen. That's a thing that will be happening. I mean, ideally, I'd just do it right now. I mean, I don't know why we have to wait until we're back.
This is right.
Then I have to go without my manacles. I'm not a fan of doing that.
Good point.
Yeah, good point. I'm out of things to ask.
Anyone? Anyone?
Is it ever hear the story?
All right, Tiggles. You fucked up. I gave you a chance. You squandered it. You got some weird magical powers I'm not a fan of. You work for a Goblin King. You did not do what I asked.
Well, come back and make the hotel.
Yeah.
Well,
That's what I wanted you to do.
I was actually making a hotel.
Yeah, I didn't want you to come back and work for an evil hobgoblin king. All right? That was not part of the deal. You were supposed to live a clean life, Tickles, and you didn't.
Where's it cut my head?
Yeah. Yeah, you still had a working one.
Where's it come back and get my stuff?
All right.
And put me to sleep?
Yeah.
It's more as a conscious.
And stick someone in a tiny cage.
Yeah, and torture them.
That's a gnome. Gnomes is
And sacrifice someone that you stuck in a tiny cage.
Yeah.
As on
It's
an
time for
altar.
justice, Malik.
As in a cage.
Yeah,
As
I
an
think it's time for
altar.
justice, too.
Yours is no better than me.
All right. Malik brings the axe up and then brings it down.
Give me an attack roll just to make sure you don't miss.
I don't miss.
Nope.
Oh Lord.
That axe has never been truer to its goal.
Glonk. Yes, Tittle's voice of the Goblin King has been sacrificed on the altar.
Nothing bad can happen.
What could possibly go wrong sacrificing living creatures on an altar in a sunless citadel?
Yeah.
I think that's how you get Judge Dredd, because it was for justice, right? That's how it works. I think that's how that happens, actually.
That may be the end result. So, as Tittle's lifeblood drips away, you still find yourself in the area where the dragon had been kept by the kobolds. Door to the south, door to southwest, door to the east, door to northwest. Lots of doors, actually.
Well, of course. I gotta get my manacles back.
And you can retrieve your increasingly bloodied manacles.
It just adds character.
It does add. It's a
Some
flavor.
hipster would pay a lot for my artisanal manacles, okay?
I'm gonna ask Meepo if what he usually fed the dragon and if he would like some fresh meat, if that would get him on our side a little easier.
Well, Calgers eat rat, and we keep rat. And he points down in that direction to the southern door. Is rats.
Dead rats or alive rats?
My thoughts exactly.
Well, these live. Is spoiled if dead.
So
Will he eat them if they're pre-dead? Or do they have to be alive when you give them to him?
Like, how picky is he?
Sometimes is take dead rat and you bonk on nose.
Okay, that's good enough. Malik, would you mind just, with the... And she makes the chopping sound, and she holds up a bag that she's got, like a...
Oh, good. I was about to ask if anyone had a sack. That's perfect.
This'll do.
All right. So you march to the southern door, and you open the southern door.
Yeah.
And it stinks. Rats fill the room,
Oh, no.
trapped amongst their own waste.
Oh, no.
A small half barrier
No.
prevented the rats from easily escaping when the door is open. But the rats have been chewing at that barrier. And after you open the door, the rats come swarming towards you.
They come swarming, do they?
They do come swarming. And that particular word is used for some reason.
I bet it is. Yeah, son of a bitch.
So if you wouldn't mind giving me a quick initiative as I click the little initiative button.
I'm like, my mouth is open as I'm pointing at the dead body on the altar, and okay. That works too, I guess. Rats. It's the rats.
Malik, you're literally amazing.
Thank you. I'm remarkably consistent.
Did you at least check that that's not broken in some way?
Yeah, because I rolled a 10 last time.
There's no box ticked on the backside. Always roll ones.
Yeah. Oh,
Just
no.
Something. That does bring up Izzy. As you stand behind Malik, you see him open the door. You can see around him the swarm of rats starting to move towards him. What do you do?
Tell him to close the door.
Yeah, I'll get around to that eventually.
or she will flail up this way a bit and try to close the door, reach around him. If that's possible with a giant half-orc in the way.
I'll give you that one.
It's like slam.
So slam goes the door. And you hear skittering, screeching, chirping, all sorts of horrible sounds now.
Is this
behind
like a
the door.
wooden door or
It is a
stone?
wooden door. It is not one of the nice doors. It is one of the wooden doors. And now that you've kind of riled them up, you can definitely hear them scrabbling all over the place. And any other action from you?
Not at the moment.
All right. Thara, that brings us to you. The door is currently closed, though I haven't moved it back yet. There we go. Door is currently closed. Are you doing anything?
So you said it's not a great door.
It is a wooden door. It's pretty shoddy.
Long door.
Shoddy in the sense of, does it look like there's gaps big enough for rats to start squeezing their way through and out into the room?
They could probably start squeezing their way through and out into the room, but not as a swarm. That would be one or two at a time.
It would take a long time for the whole swarm to make it through.
Yes.
I look at Malik, very pointedly roll my eyes, and I just head back over to here and just kind of squat down on my haunches.
What? You want to show up to a dragon with bad food?
We did kill a bunch in other directions.
Yeah, much larger ones.
But they want fresh. Those are old. They're probably stiff and everything.
Yeah, that was like 10 hours or 9 hours ago.
Yeah. They're all stiff and gross. You're gonna pick them up and they're like, you can hang them. They're like a board. I don't want that.
Goodness. Is it worth me trying to talk to these rats? I don't know. I don't think calming them down is going to convince them to part with one or two of their fellows for a sacrifice.
Just so you know, it takes a lot for me to say anybody has a bad idea. I'm not going to say this is a bad idea. I think rat whispering is awesome.
You know what? If they're through the door, all right, I'll come over and I'll like push between them and like squat down next to the door and like. She looks at Malik again. Very pointed eye roll, and she kind of kneels down near the crack, and you hear her start making little squeaky, chittery noises.
You're gonna judge me after you locked us in prison.
Ira's shaking her head just like she was when Thara ran outside and locked the door from outside.
And in the process of doing so, I will use my primeval awareness to communicate with these rats.
If you happen to have the text for that, throw it up for me.
I actually just made a macro for it.
Beautiful.
That's why I was so quiet during the interrogation scene. Weep. So it's up at you have an innate ability to communicate with beasts. Recognize you as a kindred spirit through sounds and gestures. You communicate simple ideas to the beast as an action. You can read basic mood and intent, learn emotional state, whether affected by magic, any short-term needs such as food or safety, and what actions you can take, if any, to persuade them not to attack.
Okay. So go ahead, and what does this actually take you doing?
It's just innate. I don't think I have to roll anything for it. It says I can't use the ability against a creature that we've attacked in the last 10 minutes. But there's no, like, roll for it, other than maybe, like, persuasion?
Okay.
I don't know.
One uninterrupted minute. You're gonna just sit there for a minute and talk to them. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, basically. It's, just like...
Okay. So the immediate awareness is that these rats are hungry, trapped, and want to be out of where they are. So the things that immediately occur to you to get them not to attack you would be to feed them and free them. And it would be very important that the food you put in front of them is not yourself.
Right.
We got the goblin.
Yeah, that's what she was thinking actually. Basically I'll kind of like let them know, like, hold on 1 second, I'm coming back with food. And I will like head over to where Tibbles' body is and like again very much playing up the put upon aspect, and she'll pull out a blade and like begin like, I don't know, cutting off a foot or something.
I've got a more efficient tool for that if you need it.
It really took like not long for corruption to spread through.
Yeah, this.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind. I'm gonna say it I'll say it after the game.
All right. So Thara starts sawing away with a weapon to start severing limbs.
Or rather than sawing, like line it up, like she'll ask Kira to hold the foot out, and she'll just like give a good solid swipe at it to like try to take it in one whack.
Yeah, that's much less gruesome.
Well, I mean,
so the rats are piling up against the door. You can hear them chittering, scratching. There's a mass of them against the door now that they've seen it open. Kira, that brings us to you as Thara stands in front of you, getting ready to do her thing.
They're just hungry and they want out.
I guess I'll just like.
Can't we throw the whole thing at him?
Well, I mean, I guess I wasn't gonna heft this guy. He's my size.
So, are we using
You've got
him as
big
bait?
buddies.
His limb or whatever you're chopping off, we're going to be using as bait to lure one out? Is that the
No,
idea?
I was just basically gonna throw it in there into the swarm so they would have something to eat.
Gotcha.
But you have to open the door to do that.
So,
Yeah, that's basically it's basically open the door, chuck the foot in, wait until they settle down a bit.
They're on the door, though.
So
Well-
on that note, I'll move over here and ready in action that if and when they open the door, if something starts to come out of the doorway, I will bless the fire that way.
Okie doke. That brings us around to Darvin. You're awfully close to that door. You saw the rats. You saw the door close. What you up to?
So I see Thara just trying to cut off a leg, and I'm like, I get it, but it's not going to be. And then I'll just drag his corpse off of the table
Fine.
as my free action, and then as my ready to action, it will be to throw the corpse into this hallway if the door is open.
Okay.
I mean, you could basically have like, ready it, have Darvin open or have Malik open the door, and then you pitch him in.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's talking about.
That's it.
As I'm pulling him, can I make any sort of check to see if he looks like he has anything that might be valuable on him before we throw him into the pile of rats?
I mean, whatever he has on will still
You
be
can
there
say
when
no, because I'm way more interested in us fixing this blunder and losing something cool.
Yeah, I'm going to say there's not a whole lot of time to loot him at this point, and nobody really searched him all that well, from what I recall, up to this point.
It's fine. We'll come back and pick the bones later.
Yeah, I was gonna say any metal or anything, they're gonna leave me.
Yeah, they're not going to eat
Oh, wait.
anything that's not edible.
You've never met rats before, have you?
I have owned many rats, actually.
Wouldn't be the first
I've
rat
killed a
carcass
lot of
we
rats.
Yeah.
through today.
I've had rats before. They can be very picky.
Yeah, they can't. Well, I mean, these aren't like ravenous wild rats. Like they're not in the mood to be picky. But I mean, like they're not going to eat wood and metal and leather as like they're going to go with flesh first.
Delicious.
So they're going to strip them to the bones, and by that point they'll be fat and full and more chill.
So let's bring it round to Malik. Now, Malik, there's a door in front of you. It has rat bodies piled up on it. You can see that from the little claws that work their way as they're scraping through the door to get out. You have Darvin standing beside you with the body of Tiddles ready to throw. What you doing?
Okay. Can I? That's not worth it. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna grab the door. I'm gonna look at Darvin and like give him like a "you good" nod.
And I'll like give him a Like I have both hands occupied, so I can't give him like a hand signal.
All right, and then Malik will sort of wing the door open, and as he does, he takes a step back to here, readying his axe just in case this plan doesn't go super well.
Okay. So you wing the door open. Boom, boom. As you wing the door open, you are standing next to a swarm of rats. So I'll give you a moment to rethink that one. Are you still taking a step back?
Yes.
Okay. As you take the step back, the swarm of rats does take their attack of opportunity upon you.
Bring it.
Ba, 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 ba. That one.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Does a 17 hit your armor class?
Just barely, yeah.
All right.
Can they make an attack when they're not in somebody's space?
It's the swarm. I believe they can occupy the same space as a person.
They can occupy. I don't believe they have to occupy. Hang on, I'll double check.
Because if that's the case, then they trigger mine by either he is able to move out or they come forward into his and trigger my action.
They do not. I do not see any requirement that they occupy it. They can, but I don't see a requirement to.
Weird
crafty
range.
Rats.
All right, so door opens. Pile of rats are sort of just falling down, and they bite at you as they fall, and you run away. Then a bunch of stuff happens. They don't move forward. So Kira, yours doesn't. You don't trigger off. But a goblin body gets kind of swung into the pile, and they just envelop the body and start tearing flesh from it. So Tittles is now in with the swarm of rats.
Good.
And being feasted upon before your eyes. It's not Mother Goose stuff, guys. But Malik, you still have some movement and some bonus and some other stuff going on. What you doing?
I mean, at this point, I guess I'm just gonna heal myself. That'll be that. Yeah. That's my action, and then that's it. That's all I'm doing. I'm waiting.
Sounds good. And that brings up Izzy.
She's going to shut the door again and hope that they calm down while they're in there.
Okay. Door is now shut again. You can hear all sorts of fierce feasting and nastiness.
Yeah, I'm guessing I need to actually move there to do that.
You do need to at least move there to do that. And Bwomp shut again.
Probably scoop back a bit, just because that's a lot of rats in there doing horrible things to a body.
There are, and it is, and blech.
Because she's not sure if that's going to cause like a bloodlust thing where they're going to try to crash out and get more food. So shutting the door is probably a good idea for now.
Their stomachs can only get so full. They'll eat until they're full and then get tired.
And then they multiply like oozes. I've read it. And that brings us around to Thara. Thara, the rats have been fed.
Yep.
Among the chittering is a happier note. Yay, good. Food.
They'll calm down eventually. If we're planning on setting out, I mean, like, I don't think we're planning on waiting around until the rat feast is completed. though I may loop back through to pick up a friend later.
All right.
There. Is everybody happy now?
Wanted a rat.
Okay, now that it's Kyra's turn, she's very confused why this group has ADD as far as what the plan is. And is like, wait a minute, we were supposed to... She points at the door, is like, what? Well, we needed one of... Well,
Yeah,
we needed
and-
one of the... was this plan to feed the rats? I wasn't on board with feeding the rats.
Well, unless you want them biting your hand the whole way, they need to be calm and happy. And to make them calm and happy, they need to eat. So we can sit around here for a minute and cut our fingernails and talk about
I
whatever.
wanted to feed them to the dragon. I don't give a crap about the rats and if they're happy or fed.
The point I'm making is, do you want to try to reach into that pile and pull out angry, flailing, hungry rats? Or do you want to take a rat that's complacent and quiet and is not going to be trying to bite you the whole way?
So, wait, what was the plan? To throw the carcass in, let them eat, and then hopefully you talk them into getting eaten by the dragon? Was that the plan?
There's no need to talk them into it. Once they've calmed down, we can take a couple with us and it'll be fine.
Okay, so you're going in and getting them. How long do we have to wait? And she looks at the watch she doesn't have.
At the watch. Until they're done eating and they get tired. Like, I'm not. They seemed pretty hungry. I don't know.
Like half an hour for that.
Yeah, give them like 15, 20 minutes. They're tiny. Their stomachs can only hold so much. Let them eat. Let them calm down. I'll grab a couple of unwitting volunteers and we'll move on.
And she just kind of gestures towards there then and passes off.
So few realize, but rats are actually known as dungeon piranha. And it takes them a very small amount of time to strip a corpse down to bones. That's why skeletons are so popular as necromantic raisings. And
rat you got. You know?
over a couple of seconds and then a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'll just kind of shut the door until I kind of roll more there.
Yeah, I got
Oh,
real
hang on.
bad lag there.
Yeah, something just hit me too.
Everybody's voices are super popular.
But you're not breaking up.
Everyone's super robotic.
Yeah. Maybe we're all Roombas.
Oh wait, are we better now?
Oh yeah. Much
Yeah.
Okay, looks like we just had a server burp or something. Yeah, everybody was super robotic for a couple seconds there. No, all I was saying was that I'll go kind of squat down next to the door and listen until the sounds of feeding die down a bit, and again, periodically ask them, like, there, does that better? Your stomach's full? Do you feel good? Until I can get some positive responses from them.
Sounds good. And after a couple of minutes, you do get, it's not words, but
Right.
the franticness stops. The feasting slows down, and then they all start, getting the meat sweats, and then
Yep,
curling
basically.
up.
That's
Curling
what
up
I
and getting ready for,
That's what I was waiting for, is for us to get to the Ida stage.
Yeah.
Where they
So
decided
they are definitely starting to wind down in there
Okay.
after a fairly short amount of time. Now, as that starts to happen, 1 and then 2 and then 3 and then 4 of the rats start wriggling their way out the door. Now that it's been opened, now that they've been fed, and they start making their escape, and you can hear them spreading out from the room that they were held in,
Right.
and then also squeezing out the doors. And it's not super hard for you guys to bonk a few on the head.
You don't
and
have to do that.
capture them.
You catch them by the scruff, they get immobilized.
Yep. So you can start rat catching.
Yeah.
I have my rat bonking stick here.
Oh,
I'm not
that's
going
not
to
good.
use it.
And there's a rat bonking stick.
It doesn't take very much to hurt them, though. Like, we want them alive, right?
But got my rat bonking stick.
Well, I'm sure we'll have some more very big rats that you can bonk in a minute, Malik.
mean, yeah, but
It's like weasel stomping day.
Those ones won't splat in one hit. And I'll try to as they're coming out, reaching down and grabbing him by the back of the scruff and lifting him up to kind of drop him into immobilization and then stuff him into bags.
You got it. And after a short bit of time, you do gather up, 14 or so rats. If you choose to go that far. Now, these are normal rats, so they are, the size of your hand, not the size of your body.
Oh, I know. I was gonna say I didn't know we were getting that many rats. I figured we were only getting 3 or 4.
Well, I mean,
I don't know how
you
much
could
we
stop
wanna...
at 3 or 4. That's up to you.
Feeding a dragon.
Yeah, but it is a small dragon that was big enough to fit in this cage too. So it's not a very big.
If we have any left over, we'll eat them.
These are purebred feed rats.
Rotisserie.
How many,
Delicious.
is a swarm exactly? Just curious. Not for any, reasons.
I'm asking for a friend.
A swarm is, in this case, 24 rats exactly.
Okay.
It's enough to fill a 5-foot area,
So you have acquired.
Well, it's not 14 or so.
No, you have acquired better than half of the swarm as they depart.
Great success.
Let's go feed a dragon, guys.
Let's go.
Good job. So we are out of initiative order. You guys have acquired a sack of squirmy rats. And I see heading to the north door, the hallway from which leads to the goblin area.
All right, let's get going.
All right, you start trucking along. Darwin comes across the first doorway to the north, or Darwin, excuse me, to the north, the empty room. Beyond that, the room with the fountain that did not breathe poison at you. A little farther north, the hallways where you encountered the giant rats. To the west, another empty room that led to the room with the caltrops, the short wall, and the amazing dexterity display of our dwarven friend.
Is she wall ran that or something?
Tiptoed across the tulips. That was a crazy day. Into the archery training area. And to the west, the room where Tittles fell. And that's where you discover the 3 kobolds have holed up. They have continued your efforts of piling crates and stuff along the wall, and apparently have broken into a few of them, mostly the wine casks, as they do seem to be a bit inebriated as you approach.
Did anybody open the elf pudding?
The elf pudding remains closed.
I
should have asked about the elf pudding.
Yeah, I just make eyes with them, and I point at my eyes. I point at the elf one barrel, and I'm like, no. And I just say no in Draconic towards them.
All right, well, let's start unpiling.
This is where they said he said the dragon was, right?
He said through here and then one more door.
I thought he said it was this door, didn't he?
It would be that door that he was describing.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody else knows about that door yet, but.
Oh yeah, because I think it was just me and Darvin who peeked through there.
Yep.
I can see that, and then these 4 squares.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you probably saw some as you came into the room, maybe.
Probably.
So after a good bit of digging, because it has been 3 kobolds of varying sobriety of effort, as well as the original effort you put in, you do clear the doorway and you open the hall. The hall is hazy, as you remember. The torches still cast their wretched smoke. The marble columns carved in the likeness of dragons running down the length of the hallway. And along the north wall, as you guys start to peek out, several doors. Along the south wall, a single door. And on the west wall, 1 door.
And I'll let everybody know. I'm like, this isn't dangerous. They're just burning green wood. They're not very smart.
Right. So, door. That far.
Yeah. So we doing dragon now or dragon later?
Dragon's what we came for, but I feel like we need to help save those people.
Well, I mean, here's my question. Meepo is supposed to be the dragon handler. Maybe he can, like,
Yeah,
I think.
maybe
Handle
we
the
can
dragon.
Yeah, I mean,
Meepo back with three
I kind of drop my voice down, kind of, sotto voce, and be like, I don't know how competent he is at this, but I mean, couldn't hurt to have a dragon on our side if he knows how to do that.
Yeah, that's the way I thinking I was too. Like, get the dragon, hopefully, at least not on our side. If that
I don't
makes
think
sense.
we should bring the dragon into battle.
Maybe not in battle, but just like,
no
be like,
sense of
it's ours
excitement.
now.
You trust Meepo to not piss himself and run away?
This is like his best friend.
Yeah, it's his only thing.
Like,
He's only good at one thing.
Yeah, they said
Two
this is like
things, crying.
this is his thing.
Right, handling dragons, not fighting with dragons. Those are
Well,
two distinct things.
Well, if he could keep
Tell-
the dragon from fighting us.
Yeah, tell
Right,
the
but why
dragon to
don't you
fight the
send him back?
goblins.
Just send him back with the dragon.
So, I mean, I just want a dragon that's not against us.
Right.
And if we return the dragon and it curries favor, maybe we can get some help.
Yeah. Or at the very least, just send him away with the dragon and the other.
Yeah, I mean, if it's looking even mildly like it's not going to be on our side, I'm cool with getting rid of it. I want to save the people too.
Well, sure, that's fine. I mean, I just don't think taking the dragon back and saying, "Hey, we saved your dragon. Can you send kobolds with us?" Like, look at, and I motion back to him. Look at these guys. We left them alone overnight, and they're already plastered.
I mean, yeah,
They're not very
the
effective
kobolds.
guards.
Right, I don't think the kobolds are going to be much help. I just don't want the dragon around.
So we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I think
Except
so.
for Thara.
It's not so much that I'm not on the same page. I just whatever.
I mean,
I
look.
just think it'd be cool to fight with a dragon, but
Yeah, would it be cool? Yeah.
I mean,
But-
yeah, we'll definitely
and-
try that
and-
angle, but
Well, Malik doesn't seem to want to. He wants to send it back.
No,
right
I
now.
don't. Because Meepo's going to cry and piss himself and run away, and then the dragon's going to do whatever it wants to do.
He's not. Look at you. See all those scars and marks
let's
on him.
just
He's
give
not afraid
Meepo a
to
chance and see how
like,
he reacts with the
the
dragon.
one thing he's not afraid of is that dragon. That dragon is rough.
I'm not worried of him being afraid of the dragon. I'm worried about him being afraid of the Goblin King.
Let me cut in for 1 second. Hang on. Malik, Thara, and Kira, all give me a stealth roll, please.
Oh Jesus, yeah, because we're all.
Because you're starting to stage whisper awful loud.
Uh-oh.
Stealth, you said?
Stealth roll. Let's see how well you've been stage
I have a
whispering.
question.
I am stage whispering quite well, thank you.
I have a question, sir.
Yes.
Guys!
Would
Guys!
you-
Damn it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, GM. Never mind. I mean, it's actually
Yeah.
At least it wasn't a botch, but not much. So I'm the only one who's actually being quiet.
Malik and I are great whisperers.
So it does occur to you as you guys are talking through this conversation that you're starting to hear echoes. And you're hearing your own voice echo. And that means it's carrying at least to the wall and bouncing back at you at some strength. And that's all you notice at this particular moment.
Hey guys. Shh.
It's too late for that now.
Well, I mean, would you realize that, or is this a situation where like so caught up in it you don't realize it yet?
When Izzy is telling us to shh, can we like notice the silence and echo all of a sudden and perceive anything else?
I am shushing.
Sure you can. So go ahead and roll a perception.
Oh boy.
Don't worry, guys. I'm average.
So, Thara,
Yeah, what do I hear?
you notice that there was some noises happening to the west, to the southwest. It's kind of the background hum of a ecosystem contained within a small closed area. There's always something happening. That something went away. Things are intentionally being quiet now.
Oh God! All right, yeah. If I notice that, like, when she realizes that not everybody else is not being loud enough, and she hears that stuff die down, like her eyes go wide, and she like gesticulates wildly to the west and southwest.
So, let me go ahead and ask people to roll up the old initiative.
Oh Lord.
Well, I was gonna say, like, while they were doing their arguing, Izzy was gonna just check the floor, like, kind of like wander around to see if there was, because he mentioned trap. He doesn't really trust him to tell them where all the traps are, and she already set one off. So
sure can. So go ahead and give me the perception or thieves' tools. Perception if you're just wandering about looking down. Thieves' tools if you're actually poking on each crack.
The thieves' tools, because she's being careful.
You got it. So the length of the hallway, you do not see any traps, any indications, no missing mortar on the floors, no things hanging dangerously above you. The torches are burning an odd scent, but it does not seem dangerous. It just seems hazy and makes the room actually a little bit to your advantage in that it's kind of obscured, so it would be easier for you to hide. But it's harder to see. And at that time, the quiet that had settled is broken.
Oh wait, I didn't roll yet.
Oh, yeah, go ahead and add yourself in there.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
I think that's twice in a row.
Speedy.
Zippy. So I don't know. I was wandering. I'm probably down this area.
Yeah. So Izzy, you hear a hand touching the door. You hear that little creak that happens just before a door is thrown open, kind of the click as they activate the latch. And you hear it from both the west and the south, giving you a split second to react before things happen. What are you doing?
She is going to step this way, draw her bow, and train it on this door. You said the west, right? And I guess hold until it opens, and then we'll fire at whatever opens the door. But generally, making the motion really big, hopefully, and being like, guys.
All right. So you have a ready to action. Shoot at the thing that opens the door.
Yes.
And we have 1 readied, 2 readied, 3 readied. And that gives us Malik. The doors remain closed at the moment, but you see Izzy gesturing frantically to them.
All right. I'm gonna move to here and prepare a great axe swing for whatever comes through that.
You got it. And with a sudden flurry of motion, the door to the west is flung open.
Fire!
So, a bunch of things actually happen at that moment. Izzy is the first of which. So, you can see through the doorway, there are a great number of goblins. And actually, on the angle, you can see that the hallway is huge. It looks to have been, perhaps at one point, a cathedral or a great hall for feasting. But it looks as though it's suffered over time. And to the south, I think on the angle, you can see a great pile of refuse.
I see nothing to the south.
Odds and ends.
If you didn't open the door yet.
Or
you mean like in that room?
In that room.
Okay.
In that room, you can just start to see a pile of refuse, odds and ends, bits and pieces of all kinds of stuff.
Bunch
But
of
more-
hobgoblins.
More to the front. Goblins all about you.
So she's got a fire.
All right. Front lower one.
Yeah, that would be the easiest one.
Yep.
Not
That
so
will
much.
not do. At that point, the goblin behind, looking through the doorway, sees Malik and fires upon him.
Bring it.
You know, I like your bravado, but that expression seems to do poorly for you almost every time.
Yeah, but he's got cover by other goblins.
He does have cover. He's got his +2 cover. How about a 21?
Not gonna be enough. Yeah, that'll do it.
For
Damage.
8 points of damage. And that is followed up by the goblin below. He aims up towards Izzy. He takes his reaction shot. 7's probably not going to do much.
Nope.
That brings nobody else. And then we come to the goblin that opened the door with his simple interaction. He draws his bow and fires at Izzy as well. So a cascade of arrows.
Nope.
14?
Nope.
Nope. Disappointed that they did not do better. They are calling out all sorts of names, and you can hear a great deal of clamor from the great hall that is exposed. Many, many goblin voices, easily 20, though most of them seem to be screaming in near panic. Thara, that brings us up to you.
I will look back over my shoulder at the kobolds in the other room in various states of drunkenness, and I will shout goblins, and then I will turn. From where I'm at, I can see these 4 by the door, but with Darvin and Izzy in the way, would I need to move in front of Kyra to get a good shot?
So shooting through the 4 by the door, if you shot at the lower one, they would just have the +2, but it would actually be supplied by the door frame.
Okay. If I moved in front of her to here, would I be okay?
From there, they'd still have the +2 from the door frame. There's not really a clear shot.
Not much I
unless
can.
you're, right on
okay,
them.
that's fair. So if it's gonna be +2 regardless, I just don't want to. I didn't want to have to move up in front of her. Although theoretically she's taller than me, she can fire over me. But all right. What's my range on? Elves. 90 feet. Okay. So yeah, I'll yell to the kobolds, the goblins, and then from back here, again, she draws an arrow, narrows her eyes, and gives another little eagle shriek, and drops Hunter's Mark on this guy.
That was the north or south?
North.
North, you got it.
So, whoop. 1 spell slot down. And tries to drop an arrow at him. You said he's got a +2 to AC.
+2 to the AC.
Okay. And these have all already gone this turn, so I don't get advantage on that.
That one, he has actually not gone this turn.
Oh, the one to the north has not?
The one to the north has not, so
Okay.
you do have advantage.
All right. Fair enough. I thought he opened the door.
South opened the door.
Oh, okay. My bad. Oh, I guess I picked the right one then.
You got it.
All right. So with advantage, 18, so 16.
16 will hit.
All right. Oh, whoops! I didn't mean to roll that again. Sorry. So for 9 plus a d6, so 15.
That is enough to send him into the land of never coming back.
All right.
Fatality.
So 1 arrow down. And then I will. I mean, since I got a good shot from there, I'll try to hug this pillar for cover, and that's the end of my turn.
You got it. Goblin number that guy. is ready. Goblin number this guy is super dead. Goblin number this guy makes a tactical error that he does not know about and opens a door.
Uh-oh, dude.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, bud.
Oh, it's a bad day for you, friend.
So a door opens and things do start to happen. The first thing that happens is the goblin standing behind him shoots over his shoulder at Malik. And he has quite a bit of cover.
How much? That really matters right now.
He has 3/4 cover. So how about 13?
Okay, yes, that does not hit. Bring it.
So thunk just past his goblin buddy into the wall, just a little bit to the side, and then it might have tagged you, but it did not. Following that, Malik, I think you're going to have this guy have a bad day.
Yeah, that's the goal. So let's see what happens. Oh, not a bad enough day.
Not a bad enough day indeed. Axe swings at him. He looks quite startled, but may survive. The goblin standing behind him to the south, seeing his shot, shoots directly north at Izzy.
Alex keeps forgetting how short they are.
To the side of his friend. Yeah, swinging for the head.
Yeah.
Nope.
Izzy a 13, nope. And that brings us to the goblin who opened the door, seeing a giant axe swung at him, abandons the idea of the longbow, instead favoring scimitar and shield.
Bring it. I didn't bring it enough.
Did not bring it enough. Malik, good plan. Darvin, next action.
Malik would yell out that this door is opened.
And I'll look down and be like, yeah, I see that.
We're good, thanks.
Just wanted to be sure. Communication is the essence of teamwork.
Good communication. Thanks, big guy.
All right, so I'm going to take one step down this way. What's the difference in quick appearance between the ones that are in the back of this room and the ones that are in the front of this room?
They are very similar in difference to the difference between Meepo and the other kobolds. The ones in the front, the goblins in the front, are fairly sturdy-looking fellows wearing leather-carrying armor. The ones in the back are scrawnier, either old or young or possibly just malnourished, and they don't seem to have the equipment. They do have little daggers about them. They are carrying slings, but they look to be more interested in running the heck away from you.
So theoretically, like goblin commoners.
Along those lines.
As opposed to like fighters.
As opposed to the guys that want to stab you.
Right.
Well, they'd all like to stab you, but the ones that might actually.
The ones that are up front are better equipped to do that.
They are much better equipped to do that.
Kind of seeing that they're weaker in the back and more hardy in the front.
Darvin says, after the women and children.
I'll say, not the women and children.
I want to see them driven before me.
And then I will cast... I'll just Shillelagh, and then checking to make sure I don't have to step into the room and cast Green Flame Blade.
No, you're okay where you are.
Within 5 feet of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I will hit the one that's in the doorway.
And you will hit the one that's in the doorway. You will render him unconscious.
And then we'll jump that fire. The one in front of me is super dead.
Super dead.
We'll jump the fire to this one.
And that is 3 points of crazy green flame damage.
And then, does this door open inward or outward?
That door would open towards away from you.
Okay. I really want to go into the room, but I'll just kind of side. And then, as I'm standing there, I'll just yell out, "The rest seem not fighting type," as I'm kind of just flustered at the fact that there's 4 in front. And that'll be my turn.
All right. And that brings us to Kira.
All right, I'm going to kind of step up this way to try and see what's going on at each door, and hearing Darvin yell that there's a lot of weak ones up there. I'll creep up this way and see a lot of not weak ones by already injured Malik. And I'll just put a hand on his shoulder, come up over here, and aim for the back of the room here.
Don't block the door.
And a cast sleep far back here, so it should hit all 4 or all 3. I think there's 3 in there.
But if it's cocaine, that's the opposite of sleep.
That's what I was thinking too.
Shh. And then I'll kind of just, like, with the remaining 5 feet, back out a little bit.
So you rush up, you cast your enchantment, and the 3 goblins just TP together. They just lean in towards each other till they're asleep on their feet, just
carefully balancing one another.
Dumb.
Just sort of right there. And yeah, they all start sawing logs.
And I just whisper, like, close the door. We'll deal with them in a little bit.
Just let them sleep.
And that brings us to Izzy.
There. Let's scoot up this way. Still has her bow. She's gonna kind of like use this as cover, but then lean in and shoot at this guy. Yeah. Plunk, maybe?
No.
Wow. Used up all my rolls on the freaking tiny hole in the door.
That exhausted, it seems, a fair bit of luck. Any additional action or movement?
It's gonna scoot back just so she's not blocking anything, just in case.
Thank you.
All right. And that brings up Goblin Number U. And Goblin Number U actually has a fairly clear shot at Darvin at the moment. And he will take it with his short bow. Nope.
No, he won't.
No. And he will do a little moving, disappearing from line of sight for most folks. The goblin straight across has a pretty good shot at Kira, at least so he thinks.
Nope.
But he was wrong. He also runs to the side. Sleepy, sleepy, sleepy. And panic-stricken masses. Just 1 second as I update the panic-stricken masses.
All right.
And Malik, yep.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought it was on me. I thought I got excited.
Nope, you're good. You're on it.
All right. 5, 10, 15. Is that guy right in front of Darvin dead? This one right here?
He is unconscious.
What's this guy's deal?
Dead.
He is very dead.
Oh, very dead. Okay. I see.
And he has a hunter's mark on him.
Yeah.
Surprise, motherfuckers. I swing around the corner to this guy, who did not get far enough away.
He
and I
did
swing my
not.
axe at him. Oh,
Oh.
bummer.
So you do swing your axe. Perhaps it was at him. But no.
Bummer.
Any additional action, movement, etc.
No, that's all I can do.
That brings up goblin number unconscious.
Did you actually close that door back or not? Or is it still open?
No, I didn't bother. They're all asleep unless we do something to them.
Okay, no, that's fine. I was just wondering.
And that brings us around to Thara.
Oh, all the fun is gone. Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. All three of those in there are unconscious.
Wait,
I
hang
will-
on. How many did you say?
I said
Yes,
the
all three in the
there's-
lower room are asleep. Yeah.
I can see them other than just the top of the one that was at the door. All right. So for my other move, I will dash for my action. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Out here. Take a quick stock of the room. Let's see. Stuff here, stuff there. All right. And the one to the north, I will Eagle Shriek again and move my Hunter's Mark to that guy as my bonus action.
The eagle has struck.
And I have nothing else I can do because I used both my actions.
Sounds good.
And besides, like, draw and prepare another arrow is my object interaction.
Sleepy goblin, sleepy goblin. Over to Darvin.
All right. I guess the time for subtlety has passed. So instead, I will use something I haven't used before. I'll use Booming Blade on the goblin that's to our north here. I will make a nice clack of thunder.
Indeed, you do.
That is like a clack.
So he takes 4 damage of bludgeoning, and then if he moves, he takes a d8 of thunder.
He takes his 4 bludgeoning damage, and then it doesn't look like he's going to be moving much because he drops unconscious.
Got his movement, so I think he takes.
So he is sprawled upon the floor, though should he twitch in his unconsciousness, he'll be certain to be harmed. Any additional action?
No.
All right.
I'm sorry. The only thing I'll say is we will not harm you if you do not try to harm us in Goblin.
Except for these guys. These guys are fine.
They tried to harm us. Now they're dead.
The goblin commoners seem okay with this deal as they are running away from you as fast as they can. But that does bring us to Kira. Kira, you have effectively taken 3 out of the mix. What's up next?
Yeah, I just kind of wave at them as I walk by.
They're in the land of Nod.
And
As you enter the room,
sorry.
one goblin to the south seems the combative type. The rest appear to be either unconscious or of the fleeing from you variety. That fellow right there still seems awfully angry.
yeah, that one right there is going to get it. Hopefully. Or not.
Not that round. And that brings us around to Izzy. I think. Any additional action?
Nope.
Okay.
And these 3 guys in here are all leaning on each other, you said, right?
They are. They have formed a tripod.
She's just gonna scoot in this way. Just wahoo, jump in and see what's. Take a moment to figure out what's going on.
Sure. To the north, a whole mess of goblins are scrambling to get away. In the southwest, several seem to be retreating through a door to the southwest. One is facing down Malik, and there's a scorch mark on the wall next to him, as well as possibly a big axe mark. We haven't determined where Malik's axe ended up going. But what are you up to?
She's gonna just swing around and shoot this guy. Just get him out of the picture. Just get him out of the picture for now, because he's there.
That will hit, and that will send him into unconsciousness.
So yeah, she just like leaps in, big grin on her face, bird on her head, spins around in a circle to see what's going on, and just shoots the guy.
Excellent. So, at that, the masses of the goblin commoners pour through the door to the north, fleeing from the room. To the southwest, they throw the door open and rush through. These sleeping goblins do nothing. And from the northwest, on the curved wall, there is a door. The curved wall indicates this is probably a portion of the a tower at one point. From behind the door, you hear a guttural voice roar out, "What is all this noise?" And I think that's probably where we're going to pause for this evening, because I think that's about the time when we should.
An actual cliffhanger.
An actual cliffhanger. Though there was the paperwork cliffhanger.
Can't really be a cliffhanger without paperwork.
There has not.
It's in the name.
It is. It really is. I think that's where we will pause it, because the next fight's going to be a little messy, I think.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. How could it possibly go wrong? You've got
I'm just
3
gonna
drunk
come up with a
kobolds on your side.
I'm going to come up with a new character, an Alpha, just in case, for a friend of mine.
For a friend of yours.
We'll see what happens.
I need to make a note that my hunter's mark is still active.
Just write notes.
Yep.
Well, good night, everybody.
Oh,
Not get much sleep last
for sleep purposes.
That's part of why I'm breaking for sleep purposes.
Yeah, I had trouble with the sleep. But good night. It was a good session. Night,
Yes.
everybody.
Everybody had a great time. I will get you tallied up and experienced and such. And thank you all for playing.
Cool.
Yay.
Yay. Thank you for DMing.
Of course.
Also that.
And the musical number.
Hey,
Oh, definitely.
the musical number was fun. And hopefully